Look at that. Okay, bust that.
I totally botched this one up, but let's give it a go. It's true level bitch, but acoustic. So, I gotta change a couple things. There might be a little bit of fan in the background, but oh, this is good. I didn't realize this. Just found it out. Check this out. We are in a war that's in the mind for all to face. Choices will be made. You can choose to let your mind be free. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. We will watch it die. We will watch it all come tumbling down. We're tired of the lies. We're tired of the obfuscation now. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. Let these shadows win. Step into the light. We will not let these shadows win. Step into the light. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you'll find we're all looking for the truth. And we will watch it burn. We will watch it all come tumbling down. But from the ashes come something that is pure for all to see. You might think that you're right. Everybody knows that you're wrong. There are things in this world that are objectively true, but in the end you find, in the end you find, yes, in the end you find we're all looking for the truth.
And we are live. Welcome, everyone. Model Affliction Monday. And wow. Proper afflicted. After Friday. I don't know what to say. I mean, did you hear Friday's show? I don't know whether to go over it or what. Alfag went full shorter than a straight line. And ever since then, we've had all sorts of crazy things been going on. Kevin's back.
Yeah, I did not hear. I have to get to go back and listen to all last week, but that's crazy.
Right,
so
yeah.
Alpha did a Bob.
Yeah.
Is what happened.
Yeah, he backed up Bob. Or he ended up citing Bob. You know, like Bob's the guy with the proof. And yeah, Alfag brought it back.
Dang.
And ever since, because it's all based around very simple geometric facts of parallels and perpendiculars, right angles, squares, and triangles having 180 degrees. Very, very, very basic geometric facts built on the X and the Y axis, two squares, all lines, all X lines will be parallel and all Y's will be parallel. That's the only way you make squares. And because of that, and geometric facts of a model that we deal with, it's an impossibility on the model. We've been saying it for years now, that the simplicity of what we deal with will cause people to have to justify a model. That's why we call it a model affliction. The model literally makes people say stupid shit. And Alfag did it on Friday. Shorter than a straight line. A distance from A to B that's the shortest distance between those two points. It would be a straight line, but so-called there's a shorter distance than a straight line distance, which is the shortest distance between 2 points. Bob will tell you.
And I can also explain how alpha is confusing dimensions. That's why I was asking him to explain cube matter, because it was not just accidental, my question about cube, because I was leading to make him confess what he's thinking about dimensions, because he's confusing a straight line, which is length only, and curved line, which seems to be also one dimension, but it isn't, because it is measured by straight line. But I can explain it later, not now.
Well, I haven't really got much planned for today, other than to try and go over, because I don't think this surveying thing is quite finished with, because at the heart of it, that would be how we deal with taking measurements, right? If we're dealing with taking measurements in reality, then surveyors would be the guys that we want to be looking at. We want to be talking to. But, I mean, we all know how people do it locally. When you're taking a measurement, I mean, you take a straight line horizontal distance. Always a straight line, always horizontal. Everything's either related to horizontal or vertical. The only other place that it happens is in the minds of people who have had things, ideas, whatever, placed in their mind by TV, media, advertising, the friends, peers. You get coerced into things. Yeah, crazy thoughts. But along with that, we have we had today actually come in this morning. Ruhif again. He's been coming in quite often, and what I had to have a word with him this morning about one of his friends. He's higher up in command, actually, within the wolf pack. He was telling us, Wally. Where's Wally? The slightly strange guy that he's been hanging around in the Next Level Discord for about a year now. But he's been doing some pretty strange things, and I think it's because of some of the things that people like Ruhif say. But like we found out this morning, Ruhif is below Wally on the Wolfpack status. Wally's number 2. Wally's a number 2, as we like to say. And obviously Wolfie's number 1, which would have to make Ruhif lower position than Wally. So it's hard to tell whether Wally has been teaching Ruhif, or Ruhif's been teaching Wally. Who knows? But we had some things. Oh, let's see if I can get these. Some stuff from Wally. There you go. There's the wolf pack. Right, now this was one of the first. Well, I mean, say one of the first things. Wally's done some absolutely ridiculous stuff. But I mean, this is a good one. Can you see that? That's hot air balloons in Australia. Wally's posted it. Saragaki rightfully put a laughing face on it. And Wally says, it's funny because it's true. And then Saragaki put, it's funny because it's a joke. So I don't know whether that Wally's being serious. Or what? He has got hot air balloons upside down. Now take it in for a moment. So this is the start of the breakdown. How you can have the concept of these hot air balloons going down up. But one of these things is the idea of the model makes you say this. I mean, nobody in the right minds would say something like that. Nobody. Only a model afflicted person. I mean, it's a joke because it's meant to highlight how ridiculous it is. But Wally thinks that's true. I mean, it is true that it's absolutely ridiculous. And it probably is true. Like I said to Ruhif this morning, I said, you should be looking after Wally. because that was only the first. Well, let's say the first. This is the next one.
It seems that you have to go to Australia to rotate the picture 180 degrees.
And find it funny. Yeah, well, he is getting really bad. Look at this. Now, I don't know whether you can see that bottom bit there. But this is Wally, and this is Wally making his own memes. Now, Wally has a little bit at the bottom here that says, yes, Saragaki, because he gets obsessed with people. And obviously, not that it's Saragaki's, but Saragaki just followed on from the logical statements about perpendicular. And it's affected Wally. Wally's model affliction has taken over. And what Wally says now is parallel lines can look like this. And he's got this ridiculous character here he uses, pointing at two perpendicular lines with a caption saying parallel lines can look like this. And I don't know if anybody knows anything geometrically, but perpendicular about as far geometrically removed from parallel lines as you could get. And Wally, when we were talking to Ruhif this morning, he validated this for Wally. So I don't know whether Wally's leading it or Ruhif's leading it, but just be aware that they are ready to now not only tell you that straight lines are circles, but they're trying to get away with saying that parallel lines can be like perpendiculars and intersect. And this is where the model affliction takes people. And we were discussing today about who brings these people to say these things. And is it good that I thought Wally was a childlike person, maybe even like young. I was saying that they should be looking after him, but apparently he's old man. He's older than Ruhif. So Ruhif said, for what you can trust the word that Ruhif does say. And so who's telling who? They've obviously got into a position where the model gets them to say the most ridiculous things. And we have been dealing with straight line circles. Now we've got perpendicular parallels. But who does this? Are they saying these things because we have spotted that the model makes them say it? And would they be saying this? Is there a serious mental breakdown to come from people? I can go over some videos.
There has to be, right? I mean, we've talked about that before. There has to be, you'd think anyway, the cog disk has to give way to some kind of reckoning in the mind. But maybe, I don't know, maybe not. I don't know where it goes, but you would think that eventually it ends up in some kind of total insanity.
Yeah, well, I think they have already. They've checked themselves out of coming to talk to us. I think we expose this paralogism, and they don't like seeing it, so they keep out the way, which is fine by me.
It seems like it's too complicated and too, at the same time, simple argument that we have here. So it makes it, I think we make it easier to see, or you make it easier to see, right? To see the cognitus. So, and then they have to say their stupid shit.
Yeah, I think we've literally got it to the point now where we can tell them. We can tell them what stupid shit they're going to say. They're going to say it, and then they're going to tell you, I don't know, they just sort of go away. When eventually there comes a question that's just too much, and they either stop answering or they just leave. They used to try to trigger. That doesn't work. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Untriggerable. And then they used to try an insult as well. But, I mean, it doesn't get them very far either. It doesn't get them to the point of their argument. I mean, I think it's because they don't have any of anything. But it started, really. We did logic. We started logic. And we put out the Turkey Bob video. There's no globe model believer with any geometric proof. There's no flat earther with any geometric proof either. Because the elevation changes prove that it's not flat. How they measure those elevation changes is what people should be looking into, but nobody bothers doing that. The model affliction won't allow people to look at it because the conclusions you have to come to are not good for the globe model, and they're not good for the flat earth model either. It's getting a bit ridiculous. The two groups of people that we've been placed amongst to study, to look at, to watch, have ended up teaching us so much about the human mind and the way it works. But the model affliction is a tough thing to talk about for anyone who has a model affliction. That's why this night, Monday night, used to be so good, but we've found out flat earthers haven't found it like what they thought it should be. So there's no flat earthers come round. There's no globe earthers come round. Because the model makes it tough to talk about the model. I don't know whether anybody's noticed, but most of the people who have the model affliction are constantly talking about somebody else's model.
Yeah, that's why I'm a flat earther with no model.
Yeah. Flat earthers talk about the globe model, and the globers talk about the flat earthers. Not so much model, just the flat earthers that they talk about, the globers. I've been struggling to work out what an argument is coming from any side, really. It's hard to get like a positive argument. It's always an argument to negativity, which we're going to have to get into that. We are starting this week. Kevin's back. We're going to start looking into fallacies within the logical framework. And I suppose that's sort of the reason for logic, is to spot these inconsistencies. And that's what the model affliction stops people looking at. They don't want to look at it. The great paralogism, I titled it, it's that big that it makes it hard for people to see it. And what it is it's a model that's been placed inside your mind for you to reference back. But when somebody asks you a question about it and wants you to try and explain it, it's pretty obvious that there's nothing there. There's no foundation. There's no learning that's been built up upon to end up with the conclusion that you end up with. There's just nothing there. There's just a model that's been given with no logical understanding as to why. I always believe that step one was to take logic away from people. Because once you do that and you make it difficult then for people to spot these fallacies. Another one's to give fallacies really weird names and make them really convoluted to understand. Even fallacies are a bit too much to be dealing with. So many ideas and so many different fallacies to let the mind deal with. Once you realize that our minds have been accustomed to a way of thinking, processing. The computer brain has been taught within the school system, and along with that is the process that goes along with it. Nobody's actually ever taught you to think for yourself. It's not really what they want. We've got Model Affliction Blues. Buster's got a new song coming. That's going to be great. Model Affliction Blues. Buster's got a new guitar as well. Be working on some new songs. So we've got that to look forward to. And anybody want to go over anything that happened on Friday? I haven't really got anything planned today, but I mean, we can go over some surveying ones, and anybody's got any things that they've found. I could go over a Ruhif video and a Lenkus, but I think I might save that for some other time. Anybody got anything that you want to go over? The shorter than a straight line. Shorter distance than a straight line.
I'm biased a little bit because I missed it, but I don't want to bore anybody either. I can go back and listen to it. But yeah, I'd like to hear a little bit of that, maybe, and then Ruhif for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, today I don't know whether today I can go over that. I've got a couple of videos, but I mean, I've got one of George going with the horizon, but I don't know whether I've already gone over that the other week. I think I did. I think I went over it when Jesse came in. Anything in the YouTube chat? Anybody? Yeah, 2D. That was another one. That was what led to the shorter than a straight line distance. 2D. It was Alpha. Alpha came in and we did the 2D thing. Always starts off at the problem of the straight line and the curve. And yes, the concept of the straight line. Go on. Sorry.
Yes, because the dimension, it is size or span, but only in one direction. So if geometrically we speak about dimension, it is always in one direction. So length is in one direction. If we are, for example, we have horizontal line, and we say that line has length, so we are establishing that this length is only in horizontal plane. But we can say that vertical length is also length, but we call it height, for example, because we don't want to confuse two perpendicular lengths. So if we change direction of length, we are going into another dimension. For example, if you have horizontal line on horizontal plane, straight line, and you start to curve this line upward, you are leaving dimension in which you were measuring this line, and you are going into vertical, so to speak, dimension. So this is you cannot measure this line anymore in this one dimension you were measuring before. That's why you cannot measure curved line within one dimension. You have to straighten this curved line. For example, if you have a ribbon or cord, like cord of for tying shoes. If you want to buy, for example, cord with 30 centimeters length, it is measured as straight line, and then it is folded into something like in some other shape, but it was measured before in straight line as 30 centimeters cord. So you can say that this cord has 30 centimeters, even it is folded, but it was measured as straight line. But alpha is confusing, deliberately confusing these two things. So when he was asked about cube, as you could notice that I was talking about one surface of cube, and he was immediately misrepresented what I said, and he was talking about surfaces, not one surface, but surfaces. So he was deliberately confusing part of cube with whole cube, because whole cube is three-dimensional, and one of the surfaces, which is part of cube, is square. We have 6 squares in cube, and if you unfold this cube into 6 squares, and it will make, for example, cross shape.
A developable surface.
Yes, like cross shape, shape. Six squares in the cross shape, like origami, unfolded thing to that you can fold into cube. So if you have unfolded a cube into this cross shape, 6 square figure, this is flat figure on one plane. If you are folding this shape into a cube, only one of the square is on the same plane. The other are leaving this plane and are immediately in the other planes. So only one square is on the same plane, and 5 others are not anymore on the same plane. That's why we call it 3D cube or 3D shape. Similar thing is with a sphere. Alpha is trying to unfold sphere into plane, which is impossible, of course. And he is trying to equivocate sphere shape with plane shape. But plane shape is occupying only 2 dimensions, like height and length, but surface of the sphere is occupying 3 dimensions because it's curved surface. It is declination from
Crisps. Sorry. Bev, I can hear your crisps.
Sorry.
Go ahead, paper.
so he's confusing deliberately, I think, these 2 things. That straight line is measured by 1 dimension, and curved line is not measured by 1 dimension, or it has to be straightened like a chord, or like diameter. If you have diameter, straight line, and you can put this diameter physically, you can put this diameter on the circle, and therefore this diameter will be curved, but it was previously measured as straight. So that's why he is insisting on that statement that the border or circumference of the circle is 1 dimension. In vernacular meaning, it is, but it cannot be measured as a curve in 1 dimension. So it is similar with planes. Only flat plane, 2-dimensional plane, can be measured in 2 dimensions. But if you are curving surface into sphere, you are leaving this 2-dimensional plane and you are going into 3rd dimension automatically. That's why this statement that the surface of the sphere is 2-dimensional is incorrect and invalid. That's all what I wanted to say. I hope that I was clear, but if not, please ask me some questions.
Well, I'd like to say, I mean, yeah, you're dead right. And Ruhif, even when Ruhif comes around to try and explain that, he tries to give you an equation like y equals x squared. Well, that he's giving you a y coordinate and an x coordinate, showing that you need the 2 in order to say what you just said there, right? You need those 2 coordinates. You need an x and a y. You need the 2 dimensions to express the curve. If you have x is staying the same, then it is a straight line.
Yes, only straight line can coordinate itself. But that's why I was asking Alpha about Cartesian coordinate system, because it needs straight lines even in 3D. You can have x, y, and z, which are perpendicular to each other, and you always need 3 perpendicular lines to coordinate 3-dimensional surface or shape or whatever. You need 3, not 2.
In reality, because everything is 3D, you can use the x, the y, and the z. And I think that's what they do. They conflate that circle that is on the X and Y plane that has X and Y varying around in a circle of coordinates, if you want to call it that, but it's a circle like that. And then they conflate that with the other dimension that's perpendicular to that, and then say, well, that doesn't change. So that's like a static coordinate because it's on a plane. And
Yeah, and think about this. So the thing that struck me, and we'll get into fallacies hopefully on Wednesday. It's my hope anyway. But the thing that struck me of what paper was saying is the fact that there was an equivocation going on, right? And if you guys remember from what we went through with the very beginning of the organon, and we started talking about, remember we talked about equivocal or equivocal and univocal,
yeah.
right? So this all ties back, right? So things are what they are. And you can't just say that I won't get into what paper just talked about, but I'll just use a separate thing, right? I think we use the example of the word seal, SEAL, right? Seal can be something that you stamp on an envelope as a seal, or it can be a British pop star singer from the 1990s who I liked very much, right? So you can't just equivocate the way these people equivocate because words mean things, but yet here they are. It's like you said, right? They conflate. Conflating is just another word of equivocating. And I think that was set. I think Aristotle set that up, and that was one of the first things in the organon because he knew shit like this was going to happen. And here we are.
Yeah. Well, and that is the perfect example for the model affliction. Everybody knows what 2D is. Everybody. So there's certain 2D shapes, circles, triangles, squares, that only work on that 2D, right? It's a childlike thing to be taught that they're two-dimensional shapes. Yeah, the model affliction makes or forces them to say that the surface of a sphere is also 2D. And that's where the equivocation comes in, and the sort of the law of identity, right? You can't have 2D being both 2D and 3D. It's breaking the laws of geometry to be doing that, and it's breaking some ridiculous laws that should be of logic. Most people should be able to see that, a 2D can't be 3D. A sphere can't be both a circle 2D and a sphere 2D. That's impossible. Yet that they do.
Similarly, the cube, when it's folded into a cube, it's a cube. But if you unfold it into that cross shape, not cube, on one plane, this is not a cube. So it is a two-dimensional figure, geometrical figure, but this is not cube. To have a cube, you have to fold it into three-dimensional cube. So there are two, and these are two different shapes: cube and unfolded cube, which is not a cube.
Yeah, it's why they call them developable surfaces, right? In order to be able to explain this. It calls it a torus. I don't know. Archaic, it says. Developable surface, or a torus, is a smooth surface with zero Gaussian curvature. That is, it is a surface that can be flattened onto a plane without distortion. 2D is 2D.
Yes, because if we have distortion, we automatically go into third dimension.
Blue Marbles in the chat. Shout out, Blue. It's a non-developable surface. Pretty obvious. It says here, non-developable surfaces. Spheres are not developable surfaces under any metric, under any, as they cannot be unrolled onto a plane. And a plane is a 2D. So you can't have a sphere being 2D. It even says it in Gaussian zero Gaussian curvature.
I think that blue is confusing two things. If you draw a square on paper, you have closed figure, closed geometrical flat figure. And you cannot develop the square as a figure. And cube is also closed three-dimensional figure. You cannot develop that because it is closed. Same with the sphere. It is closed three-dimensional enclosed figure, three-dimensional figure. We call it solid object, of course, but this is in geometrical sense, it is three-dimensional figure.
Yeah. I know, Blue's going to be saying that, what's the surface area? And pi r squared, the 2D circle. I think you might have done that, right? You might get confused by the formula of how to work it out. But squares are impossible on the surface of a sphere. Blue should know that, but I mean, I'm guessing model affliction and all of that. Welcome, Blue. Have you got any representatives you'd like to send in to fight for your case of 2D balls, flat balls? 2D is flat, isn't it? A plane. It's really strange that when when you get somebody who's obviously model afflicted, but model afflicted in the way earlier they're always talking about other the people with the other model that they're obsessed with, to the point that I think they want to get in with the 2D thing. All of the geometric talk is all 2D, so they want to be involved in it. But the great paralogism is the as in great big ball. So they just like to imagine that it is 2D. But it's going to get them into problems. Nobody wants to come and talk about 2D balls because it sounds ridiculous.
2D, but not flat. This is just nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where the model affliction ends up with people. I mean, there's only confusion and madness, I think, for the people. Most people would just sort of walk away and say, I don't understand that. Sounds ridiculous. And why does it matter anyway? And it doesn't. Doesn't matter at all. Unless you're talking about preparing your mind to not be fooled by people. And then it matters a lot. If you don't want to be saying stupid things, I think it matters a lot about some of the things you are forced into saying if you take on board a model, especially a model that you've not really researched, and you've got nothing. It's just got a lump of claims that come with it. Oh, way up, Blue's doing essays to us. It says pi r cubed over 3. 4 pi r cubed over 3 is the volume of a sphere. 4 pi r squared is the surface area, but areas are two-dimensional. So the surface of 3D. So if the surface 3D, according to you, how thick is it? No, it just uses all of the x, y, and z coordinate in order to define the thing. It uses
and
all three.
That's why he is using word thick. So
Yeah.
this is why, for example, straight line and curved line. It doesn't mean that if we are curving straight line, that line is gaining thickness. No, but it is occupying a second dimension if we are curving. So he is conflating he's doing the same thing as Alpha was trying to do.
No, I don't think they're trying to do it. This is what their model makes them say. They're arguing from the model position. It has to be so, otherwise, I mean, what else have they got? I mean, how can Blue or anybody else admit that a sphere is a three-dimensional shape and the surface is that bit that you touch that's only 2D? I mean, why would they be doing that? It's pretty obvious. It's 3D. Now, he's not going to convince me that a sphere is 2D. Or the surface of the sphere is 2D. I mean, it's ridiculous. But, model affliction, they need it to be 2D.
In the chat?
Pardon?
I was just hoping to maybe address my question in the chat.
Oh, I haven't got a clue about that. I wouldn't know how to do that or anything.
Why would it exist?
I don't think it does.
Oh, it most certainly does.
The coordinate system for a sphere. I'm not too sure. Spherical coordinate system. Sounds very egocentric to me.
Yeah, probably.
Because the way I'd look at it, you always have to have a 0 z value.
Yes, x, y, and if you have z, and this z is 0, it means that you are still on the same plane, x and y. But if you are leaving, if you are going somehow into z dimension, this is third dimension. So you cannot go into third dimension and claim that you are dealing with two-dimensional object. This is nonsense.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's that tricky extra third dimension that becomes, well, pretty apparent, really. You need 3D for a ball. I mean, I can't remember how many times we've done that, but as we were doing that and, you know, going along on this journey of the 2D, 3D, well, then they imagine that you can put a line on that 2D and it be a curved line. because it's on 2D. But again, that's the model. Didn't take long to stump you guys. See, he thinks we are stumped by not understanding that he wants a circle as being 2D. Or maybe he gets rid of one of those dimensions of a circle. Does the circle turn into 1D? I think some of them did that at some point. It has to turn into a radiusless circle and a radiusless sphere. Blue's laughing because I think he's going to get a show out of it. Like he should get Bob over, Alfag, and get him to do a presentation on the shorter than a straight line. And this 2D, 3D thing. Like, we haven't got a clue, Blue. You need to explain to us how the surface of a sphere is 2D, please. Explain to us what a global 2D looks like. Rob, he's got a strange sense of humour.
And by the way, when he is talking about thickness of this surface, so it is needed to be pointed out that there is zero thickness on the surface, because we are operating with an infinite number of mathematical points, and points has no parts and no thickness. So we are dealing with a zero-dimensional surface then. If he's talking about thickness, so thickness is 0.
Well, when you study Euclid and you find out that the first 10 books are the plane geometry, 2D, they're purely conceptual ideas for you to be able to use those ideas within the framework of the plane. Once you know the idea of how you can use triangles and squares, and mainly triangles, on a plane, then you know you can develop that plane into multiple planes. You can use all of the 3 planes that you would use, the all of the X and the Y and the Z, all being perpendicular to each other.
Yes, but now we are operating in 3D space, not 2D space.
Yeah, you'd have a XY plane, a XZ plane, and a YZ plane. You have 3 planes that are all 2-dimensional, and they are all perpendicular to each other. So you can use that perpendicularity with a base plane, and then triangular slope dimensions for being able to work out length, breadth, and thickness of whatever it is you're dealing with, or packaging, or it doesn't really matter, putting a box around something, but that's what you're effectively doing. You are laying out those planes to give a dimension to the object that you're talking about, as it's in reality. You would be utilizing all 3 of those. If you only use one of them, you're talking about 2D with there's no thickness. So there can't be something in reality with no thickness. But model affliction. They'll tell you it's a conceptual thing that you have to think about. But I mean, how conceptual do you need to be to think about something that's 3D in reality? The model affliction causes you to say some really stupid shit. And Blue's tried. It's pretty obvious that the big guns have been trying. I don't know who Alphag is. Ruhif's trying to come in and do something for the wolf pack. Wally's goes strangely quiet. He's in here all day, and then he goes quiet when the live show comes on, because he does say some of the strangest things. Got many quotes from Wally, but like I was saying to Ruhif this morning, I don't think we should be making fun of them. I think Wally is being abused by Ruhif and his friends, because there's certain things that, because the Globers don't want to come round here, similar to the Flat Earthers, there's certain topics that are so bad they can't talk of them. They can't even hear of a conversation of them, so they run away. They just won't come. But they're trying to obfuscate in their own minds. I'm pretty sure they're trying to convince themselves. And they're abusing people. The way the model is set up, as we've found, there's no geometric proofs. So everybody has their own idea of what the globe model is. And because there's contradictions everywhere, one person will have one edge of the contradiction and the other person will have another. You have to have these contradictions. But if the globe model believer doesn't know about these contradictions, and he would just go with one side or the other, and it's up to other people, i.e. us, to point out these contradictions. Now, they don't like talking about the contradictions, because when one of them says about one contradiction, there will be another globe model believer who hears that but thinks the other side of it, the contradictory point, which will then have the globe model believers being in a contradictory position to one another with their beliefs about their model. And that's tough. It's tough for anybody to deal with. But I'm pretty sure when we talk about certain things, there are people who have contradictory ideas whenever we do talk about things. But we can have the discussion to try and work through these problems. It doesn't matter who has the contradiction. It's pretty obvious that if you see a contradiction, it needs sorting out. Because contradictions do not happen in reality. That's another good question to ask. Globe model believer. Are there any contradictory things in reality? And can you name any?
If human will is not involved, there cannot be any of them. Reality is consistent and logic, always.
Yeah, it's sort of the reason for logic, isn't it? Not so the reason. Logic is the reason. and the reason is logical. The
Yes, that's why
reasoning.
we can understand the reality, because if reality weren't logical, we couldn't understand reality.
Yeah, we were having a discussion about what is the opposite of logic, because it's pretty certain that when something sort of, we notice something happening within, call it the community, even though that's definitely not what it is, but yeah, there was a shift that happened, a change, and that change was pretty obvious that people were moving out of this arena. I think it's because the globe model believers found out about paradoxes. Once logic became part of the conversation, the opposite to logic is a paradox.
Yes,
I
or
think.
nonsense or absurd, but this is only in our mind, because in reality you cannot meet with absurd. Hello, Mr. Absurd, or hello, Mr. Nonsense.
Yeah.
You cannot. It's only in mind. I'd say twisted mind or pervert mind.
Yeah, well, that is the thing that where the model exists, in that state of contradiction, obviously, because it would make sense if it was in reality. You can explain anything in reality very easily, like we've been going over with the trivium. There's a formulation in how definitions are made, and they're built up from knowing something beforehand, always. And the definitions, and then from that, once you can have a surety of the identity of the thing you're talking about, you can then predicate all sorts of things about it, providing they're truthful, and keep checking and making sure as you're going through your formulation of stuff that there are no contradictions. That is the point where you find out a fallacy. I think actually a fallacy would come from the neglect to deal with a contradiction, or likewise. But I think the contradiction is the worst fallacy to be able to come up with, because it means you've not been processing the logical system that you've been building up. And if you end up not spotting a fallacy and leaving it there and building, I don't know what's supposed to say, you build your framework around that falsehood, then you have to be able to accept the falsehood as being true, because you've built framework on top of that. I don't know, is that going a bit too far? But model affliction is dealing with the contradictions. I think that's what we're dealing with at the minute.
Yes, straight line is curved line, and 2D surfaces, 3D surface, and what else we have on the table?
They obviously see the well, I say they obviously see. We obviously see the contradiction. Them, on the other hand, I wouldn't know. wouldn't know what they are dealing with or why they can't seem to see the contradiction, but arguing that 3D is 2D. I mean, I know they'll say that that's not what they're doing, but that is what they're doing. They'll argue that straight lines are circles. Circles are straight lines. 2Ds are 3D spheres. And it's all based around the same shape. Always. Circle in the sphere. Pretty sure
Yes,
that
this
people
is
have
the
got
shape
something.
you cannot measure directly, because in straight lines you can measure directly, but in curved lines you have to set up some proportion between straight lines at least. So you cannot measure directly curved lines and curved surfaces.
Yeah. Yeah, the circle and the sphere are strange shapes because they are just an accumulation of points, of which you can use as many as you want. But anytime you do on a sphere or a circle, you are joining the points together with straight lines. Well, shortest distance between 2 points, whether they're on a sphere or on a circle, would end up cutting a chord or a chord plane. You'd need 3.
Can I add something else?
Yeah, go on.
What about an oval or an oblate sphere? How do they factor those factors in?
You just
Because
give your x and your y coordinates for whatever shape you wanted, and z obviously, and you just mix the few to get whatever oblate shape you wanted to do, but it'd work exactly the same as a sphere.
Yes, it's more complicated because for oblate spheroid you have multiple radii for that. So it makes it really complicated to calculate, because in a perfect sphere you have one radius, and on oblate spheroid you have many of them. So this is really hard to calculate.
Yeah. It'd be a function on a graph on an x, y, and z perpendicular formed Cartesian graph. In order to plot the points or whatever. I mean, you might get a computer to do it. But if you were drawing it, you would draw it on a plan, elevation, and, well, the 2 elevations, side and front elevation. It'd be 3 spheroidal shapes on 2D. Maybe varying like a CAT scan. Loads of series of planes. So yeah, I mean, well, I was hoping to do Surveyor Week this week and like keep it going. because it's pretty obvious that the perpendicularity of these call them planes, right? The perpendicularity of the planes that we use in order to measure dimensions in reality is troubling for the globe model believer, because these planes have to be talked about individually. And because you have the ability to call one of these planes horizontal, means that the perpendicularity carries through in them into reality, and obviously within the Cartesian coordinates. And that's what you would do if you were measuring the land in reality. Everybody knows this. Well,
You would have to curve a horizontal line, so to obtain this coordinate, because they desperately seek for a curved coordinate line. But you cannot have this because this line is no longer coordinate. You cannot have curved coordinate line, because coordinate line is deviating from straight line, therefore it cannot coordinate anything anymore.
yeah, I was looking for Bendizontal. It's not.
Yes, no, something like that. Bent horizontal, curved line, maybe geoid, which is very close to to straight line, but this is special example of not straight geoid. So they are inventing many things and they are naming them very strangely. But in fact, they want to get rid of straight line to coordinate. They want curved coordinate lines, which is impossible to have any of them.
Yeah, that's what they want to start off with, right? They want to start off with one of the biggest stolen concept fallacies, where at the beginning of Euclid they want to inject a spherical surface at the beginning, and there's somebody's give them an allowance for them to be able to do this. Somebody has said you're okay to be able to say 2D.
Yeah, but the first mention of a sphere in Euclid's books is book 11.
3D.
Right. But they want to take that 3D portion in book 11 and go back to the beginning and try and apply it to planar geometry.
Yeah, they want
Awesome.
they want to re-inject the sphere into the very beginning when they're talking about a plane being length and breadth. They think that somebody has conceptualized the surface of the sphere as being 2D. So then that allows them to place that where it says length and breadth. The superficies is that which has only length and breadth. Being built up from the beginning of Euclid. I'll get it here, because this is where the trick happens. This is the biggest trick that anybody's ever played on anyone. I need definition 5, don't I?
But still, they cannot escape that curved surface has to have third dimension. You cannot get around this.
But in reality, right, everything, I think we've had them admit that, right? Everybody has to admit, in reality, everything bar nothing is 3D. If there were a 2D or a 1D, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Yes, of course, of course. In physical reality, there are no one-dimensional objects or two-dimensional. They are always three-dimensional objects.
Where we go. There. I found it. Now this is good because I think when we did definitions with the trivium, the organon of how you make a definition, you go back a species and then restate it and then say what the the difference is.
You go back a genera.
Back a genera, right? Okay.
Yep. And then you you state what the differentia is between the species that you're at and the genera that you that came before it.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So the start here would be the two things. I'm guessing you have to start with two in order to build this concept up. So a point is that which has no parts or which has no magnitude. It's going nowhere. It has no things. It's a nothing. And a line is length without breadth. Well, those two things have to be the big assumptions to start off with, because then they're nothing. You can't actually have either of those things. So those two are the big concept. But you have to just take that on. The 2 points there and there, and line is length without breadth. 1D. So you're sort of saying what it isn't. But then from there, the extremities of a line are points. So you're just redefining it a little bit better. The extremities of a line are points. One at each end. And then a straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. So you've built up your idea of a line. It does say the extremities of a line are points. Well, a line is length without breadth. Again, is there anything that says curve in either of those? Or are they just basic concepts? And would you try to inject a bend or curve into any of those for any conceptual reason?
Not unless you're model afflicted.
Yeah. So once you've defined the straight line, which all of them are, right? A line is length without breadth. That's a line. And a line in geometry is straight. Ask anybody. A line in mathematics is straight. So a line is length without breadth. Makes sense. It has no movement in it or whatever, the extremities of a line are points. Again, there's a point at each end of the line. The line's still straight. It does say, though, to define it one better, a straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. And then once you've got the straight line definitely established, it says the superficies is that which has only length and breadth. Well, like Paper said earlier, the length and the breadth of that are straight lines. You've just established the straight line.
If you curve one of these lines, for example, x, you leave y as straight, but you will curve x. So it will not be two-dimensional surface anymore. It will be two-dimensional surface only if both lines are straight, x and y. If you curved one, you cannot have, you have curved surface, therefore not 2D surface.
Here you go. It's one of the pictures I did quite a bit ago. Come on. It's taken a while to load up.
That's all what was to be said.
No, there you go. X and Y. How can X be like that? But they'll tell you Wally's draws pictures about things like that. It puts a maximum value to X because it goes right back to 0. It's ridiculous to think that you would do that. But effectively, that's the globe model. That's their geometric understanding. They want to limit X. We were saying the other day. Go on. Sorry, go on.
I cannot understand why, how X can be coordinate for anything while it's always changing direction, because the only purpose for use of the line is to coordinate is only if this line is straight. If it is not straight, you cannot coordinate because you are going backwards. So, for example, if you are going along this X circle, your coordination is going down and then it's going backward. So this is complete nonsense.
Yeah. What direction would you be going if you were traveling in X direction?
In all directions.
Oh, yeah.
Including Y.
Yeah, every direction. And the same as Y. Yeah, the Y would also have to be in every direction too. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's why this is nonsense. Absurd. Complete absurd.
Mm-hmm. And again, it is the geometric understanding of the perpendicularity that occurs between X, Y, and Z planes or coordinates or reference frames. It doesn't really matter whichever way you want to talk about it. That's obviously X and Y, but you add Z in. I've never managed to understand how the spherical coordinate system works. Like Rob said a bit earlier, you know, how do they do it? convert the two. Well, what are they converting from what and to what? Where do you think the measurements first get taken in reality, and then where's the conversion take place? Measurements are measured in 1-to-1 in reality. Where do they change those measurements?
Always it's taken from straight line. You never will start with curved line, even if you are measuring the circumference of the circle. You need first to have a diameter so straight line diameter, and then you can compare this to circumference of the circle, and that's how you can obtain proportion between circumference and diameter. But you have to have diameter and straight line first.
Yeah, I've been doing a fair bit of that Euclid, yeah, and that does teach you about all of these things where you have a shape, and you can either have the shape within the circle, or you can put the circle within the shape. It doesn't really matter, because you're talking about shapes with points. Then these points fit uniformly within the circle, and the circle fits uniformly within the shape too. It's quite good to, get your mind around these things, and how the relationship of the circle and the triangle and the square and hexagon, octagon, they're all basic shapes that fit within a circle, and a circle fits within the shape. Shows the uniformity of how they can all come together. It is quite interesting, really, the number form and the shape and the geometry and how it all comes together. But there's a group of people now that I wouldn't say they get upset, but they treat geometry and proofs as a joke, because that's their best defense, to laugh at it. Not that I'm bitter about it. I don't mind that there are people like that. But, like I said to Ruhif this morning, for every person that's willing to say something stupid, there will be people who have the similar model that will probably take that information on. I'm saying, I think within the idea of what we talk about here, I think there are people who are more susceptible to this, I don't want to say brainwashing, but is there a better word than brainwashing? Manipulation.
Manipulation, programming, brainwashing, whatever. But
as soon as somebody says, like Ruhif or Alpha, when they say that, and Blue as well, I mean, Blue's a big name in this. If Blue says the surface of a sphere is 2D, there are obviously a lot of people that will follow him. Blue's got a lot of clout within this community, within the globe model defending community. They imagine that Blue's one of the best guys. But he's still willing to come in here and tell them that the surface of a sphere is 2D because it has to be. Because that's how areas worked out, and areas worked out in this square.
But square has straight lines as limits, so it's not exactly the sphere.
Yeah. Yeah, and that I think there's something occurred, because if you look at Euclid, and I think he knew that the sphere / the circle is just something to be used because of the ratio of pi being transcendental. It's pretty obvious that the number form doesn't work with the circle as a definable shape. Seems to be what I call undefinable. If you can't put a number value to the ratio of it, I give that some sort of a impossible to talk about sort of thing. Not impossible to talk about, impossible to put your finger on. Mathematically, does it get more exact because you go into more decimal places that you can't find an end to? Or is that less exact?
In mathematical proofs, you don't need to be exact because there are no measurements in mathematics or in geometry, in fact.
Yeah.
You are just proving that something has to be longer or shorter. For example, that hypotenuse has to be longer than adjacent legs. For example, you don't need to measure it. This is just provable, that you can prove that hypotenuse is the longest.
And within geometry in the book 13, it's the book 3. It's the use of the circle and the relationship between the circle and the straight lines that Euclid particularly deals with. There's not much of the circle on its own. It's always in relation to the straight line, as shown by the earlier bits of talking about the straight line first and the plane. They only bring the circle in book 3, which there are some proofs coming, and shout out Wally, because the perpendicularity of the circle Wally pointed us in the direction of earlier while he was around, which I think is because of a certain character called WS that's handing them these paralogisms, these words that Wally says, oh, here's Stark Odder talking about how we define things, because it's interesting. He wants to have that superficies, which has only length and breadth, as being the surface of a sphere, when none of the other things work with it. But yeah, nice one, Starkadder. He's one of the people that I was talking about. In the back channels, I think people like Starkadder and Ruhif and Blue are coming up with things that need to be said, but they're not brave enough to say that stupid shit on their own, so they feed it to somebody like Wally. The globe model needs its useful idiots. Useless idiots. Useful idiots? Maybe useful idiots. And they don't understand the the proofs within and the understanding that you should fully understand one thing before moving on to the next.
They can't be useless because we are talking about them, or their paralogisms.
Yeah. Mike's on holiday taking some nice pictures. Like nice straight true horizons. Looks lovely out there anyway. Been posting pictures all day. Triggering Wally. Well, it's interesting that the certain people that we have that come in into the chat going over basic definitions are the people that don't know the basic definitions of what words mean. Perpendicular, they think can be to a curve. I mean, it has to be because they've put a sphere in, and when their 2D surface is a sphere. So the perpendicular, when they're talking about two straight lines, they've already injected curvature into one of their lines, at least one of the lines.
They don't understand that if you have length and breadth together, it is possible only one way, that breadth is opposite to length. It has to be perpendicular only, and this involves straight lines only.
Yeah, the proof of the perpendicularity only comes in later, but that's the way that the definitions work. You build upon what came before. But this is part of the great paralogism.
Axiomatic. Do they have any axioms for their spherical geometry?
They don't have any spherical geometry. It's a fiction of everybody's imagination. And we should just stop talking about it. Because I've never heard any of them bring it up. They always wait until somebody
cool with
else.
that.
Yeah, forget it. It doesn't exist, so there's no need to ask them questions, because you know that they'll never answer the questions anyway. It's one of those questions that you can ask that there is no answer for. You know that they have no answer.
Because in fact 3D geometry is cubic geometry, because we measure with the three coordinates x, y, z, which are cubic, not spherical. So we can say that 3D geometry is cubic only, if you want to use some word, but never spherical, never. Because cubes are operating in straight lines, and sphere is not, obviously.
And the sphere is in solid geometry within Euclidean geometry, which is based on the X, Y, and Z Cartesian coordinate system. Right? Cartesian coordinate system came in after. They're all extensions to help explain the geometry into modern day. I'm not too sure about whether where the Cartesian coordinate system came around, because I'm pretty sure it was already around. It was just length, breadth, and thickness, or length, breadth, and height.
I think that it was there, but it wasn't named because, of course, Cartesian means from Cartesius, Descartes.
Mhm.
So, but I think that he was one of these people who was very eager to reinvent the wheel. So, like Newton or many others, that they just renamed some things which already existed and put their name into it to be more famous, maybe.
Yeah, he just took length, breadth, and thickness and changed it to X, Y, and Z.
Yes, just renaming same thing.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, that's what I do as well. But for somehow he managed to be able to, whether it was part of the game or whether it got pushed by people into whatever, it's just a renaming of the same thing. But everybody knows what X, Y, and Z is now. Did simplify it a bit, but I mean, was the simplification so you could just say X, Y, Z? And without any extra thought process to the understanding of how they work, perpendicular planes and the geometric principles behind it, was it made to just make it simpler so nobody needed to think? Who knows?
Maybe, but I am not sure.
It definitely helps. I would say that particular thing came when you needed to plot and I don't know, make a framework for something in 3D. Maybe, I don't know, swimming pool or something. You need to work out the idea of well, length, breadth, and thickness would work the same. I don't know.
Yes, sometimes instead of thickness, you can say depth, but it rather invokes a perspective view. So, but it is obviously a third dimension. But sometimes you can name it depth, not thickness. For
Yeah,
example.
if you're talking about a shape, then length, breadth, and depth would work. If you're talking about a rectangle or a cubic, you could call it thickness if it was, I don't know, it had a dimension that came in different grades. I haven't got a clue. It doesn't really matter. The fact is that you are giving it three-dimensional values. What you call, or the name you give to one of those dimensions, it would be entirely relevant to whatever it is that you're measuring. So if you're measuring a shape or a solid or whatever, then you're talking about the size of it: length, breadth, thickness, length, breadth, depth, for a cupboard, for instance, or whatever. But if you're measuring the land or a person or whatever, then you've got height, away from somewhere, upwards, the vertical height. And then you've got your other two on the other plane.
Yeah, so I think that it's rather matter of convention than reality. So this is just convention. but still proportions between these lines are the same. They are always perpendicular and always straight lines.
Yeah, he's asking for in the chat. Where does y equals mx plus b come out of elements? It mainly about the perpendicular nature of the lines that you're using to express that formula with the x and the y. That's where the elements give you that foundational part of the perpendicularity for you to be able to measure between those coordinates in the 3 dimensions, but that's just got x and y. We've only got 2. But that's the x and y that are perpendicular to each other. And when you do draw that x and y graph to be able to plot that on, all of the x's parallel, all of the y's are parallel within the Euclidean geometric understanding of what parallel is. Parallel only exists in one geometry, the same one with the x and the y coordinate system. Well, he knows the distance to things in pictures by counting pixels. I'm pretty sure Ruhif taught him that. Or maybe Wally taught Ruhif. It's hard to tell now. I'm pretty sure as well, judging by the way that people come round in the chat, within their little groups of people, they've got this thing about a triangle, 3 points. It's all wrapped up in their stolen concept fallacy, where they can put a triangle within a circle. Pretty much like I showed earlier, or I said earlier. Doesn't work. I've got another one here. Who's this? Y equals x squared. You do not need both x and y, only x. Y is derived from x per the equation. You people are not very intelligent, but you would plot x and y on the graph, right? That's the idea of how you plot it on the graph. You can't only be plotting things on the x. You have to have a relation to it with y. Who's been teaching the guys on that side? That's terrible. Y equals x squared. Doesn't need y, he says. Just need x. Wow. So, Monkey, if you were going to plot that on a graph, you say you don't need x or y. You can just have x with no y to relate it to. That's ridiculous. See, that's a model affliction. Somebody having a mathematical equation that uses both x and y, but they imagine that y isn't involved in it in any way. So thanks, Monkey. I don't know whether we know you. Do we know you, Monkey? Or are you just a sock account of somebody else? Let me see if I can find some more model afflicted stuff. I should really be saving more stuff than that I've got, but I just get so used to listening to what's this? This is a guy over in it's over in Geos. And so this guy here draws this picture. Here's an image to help the discussion. I don't know what sort of help. Maybe. It says the red lines are horizontal. Now, in this picture, this is a red line. This one here on B is a red line on a slope. And this one here, sloping the other way. The red lines are, like he puts it in inverted commas, so I don't know what that means. Can I be kept up to date with all of the modern uses of the... is that spoken horizontal, or does it mean something else when used? Horizontal. The red lines are... Does that mean not horizontal? Like, jokingly. I don't know. It says the red lines are horizontal. The midpoint of the yellow line is the only place that matches horizontal. But he says that the red lines are horizontal. 1, 2, 3. But then he says the midpoint of the yellow line is the only place that matches horizontal, not at A or B. Here's A and here's B. The red lines are horizontal, 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 horizontal. The midpoint of the yellow line here is the only place that matches horizontal. Well, he hasn't even got horizontal marked.
But you can extend this red line to infinity. It doesn't make any sense. Why on this point? So,
well, if this is horizontal and the midpoint of here is horizontal, this whole line's horizontal, and you've got a horizontal intersecting, making an angle to another horizontal. It's ridiculous.
You don't need that green ball to establish this parallel to this red line.
Yeah.
As being parallel to yellow line. This is completely redundant.
It's pretty obvious which, if you were to say there's two lines on there, which ones are the horizontal ones? It's like, well, that one and that one. They're both parallel. They're obviously going from side to side. These ones have got a slope up and down. Obviously, everyone can see that they do slope. Therefore, mathematically, a horizontal has zero slope to it. I don't know this Matthew. Well, I don't know whether he's a PhD or whatever, but I mean, we did go over his video that, I think, did we? Was it this guy's video that we went over? Maybe. I lose track. No, it wasn't, was it? This guy does have a video. We might have to go over that, but I mean, I think this guy's too much flat earth obsessed. The only reason you would do this is to imagine that horizontals intersect with each other. Denying mathematical understanding of horizontals with this picture. The midpoint of the yellow line is the only place that matches horizontal. Little inverted commas. He's a maths teacher. This guy's a maths teacher.
I don't understand
No
what
way.
word matches means here. What does it mean, match? It matches. What does it mean?
I don't know. Where's his understanding of what horizontal is? I mean, I find that hard to believe. He's a maths teacher. You cannot be a maths unless that's what he's doing with these little inverted comma thingies, right? He means not horizontal. That's what these little things mean. Not horizontal. Could we safely say that? Because if he means horizontal, the spoken word, then that's a lie. That's a slope, and that one's a slope. They are red, and he does say the red lines, as in more than one, and there are three, all with differing slopes. One of them got 0 slope. That one has a chance of being horizontal. This one and this one, no chance. I have actually invited Matthew round to come and have a look at the level is horizontal proof. It's even more interesting now, and now I know that he's a maths teacher. Love to talk to him about geometry and what he means with this inverted commas horizontal. Have we got any other? Is it hips like new speak? I know I've seen people do it, but they do little bunny ears usually when they mean not something that they're talking about. Would that be what this maths teacher would be doing? House and Wise says other math courses may hide the beautiful bird or put it in a cage, but in geometry class it is openly and cruelly tortured. It's all laid bare for you to look at, and Matthew here is torturing this poor horizontal and the minds of people that he's trying to, inverted commas, teach. He's in 24/7, or he's obsessed. I think he is. This guy is what I would call model afflicted. Now, most people, when the model affliction hits them, or when they're shown the paradoxes and the contradictions, they'll go away and think. But once you've got somebody like this that must be, if is he really a maths teacher? Let's take it on that he is. Let's take a concept that this man is a secondary school teacher of mathematics. Now, he's obviously model afflicted. He has to end up with the answer is globe at the end of it. And the only way he can do that is to slope horizontals opposite, different ways on the same picture, and then use this little inverted comma trick. A speech, or I would call it speech, but I'm still looking for somebody to let us know what it's called. It must have a term, this new speak of putting bunny ears around something to make something not what it actually is. And if that is the case, then this man's blatantly lying to try and fool people into thinking something. Model afflicted lies that he will no doubt try and back out of. Why not leave those out? Leave those little things out of it and read the statement without them there. Yeah, I know it's a quotation, but I'm pretty much thinking he's not cited who said that. And it's like a speech thing. It's somebody's said horizontal. Well, loads of people have said horizontal. I'm not getting that out of it. He could have put the whole thing in quotes as though he was the guy that said it. But he's not done that. Trickery of the highest order by Matthew here. Come and have a chat, Matthew. I'll show you the horizontal proof. Level is horizontal proof. We'll work you through it.
And horizon is horizontal, but in this case, in this picture, the horizon is curved. So this red line is
It's
not
not a
parallel.
horizon. It's just a green mound.
Yes, that's why this red line is not parallel to green surface, because green surface is curved and lines are parallel only if they are straight.
Oh, that's a good one. House and Wise, well done. I hope Betty's listening. House and Wise says, here's a quote. When we can't think for ourselves, it's rather ironic actually. He's quoted, when we can't think for ourselves, we can always quote Ludwig Wittgenstein. Much props to that man. Ludwig and House and Wise. Thank you. When we can't think for ourselves, we can always quote Ludwig Wittgenstein. I'm pretty sure he wrote that about Betty. We've not had any Betty quotes for a while. I bet Askin's been getting all of that for us.
Maybe has this presentation on Bob's channel, and considering fallacies, when the time will come, I can explain when he misused some things about this syllogism about perpendicular and parallel lines. So he's using some terms like illicit minor and many others, but I could focus on this illicit minor, what he was trying to explain how this vertical and horizontal is illicit minor. I think I am pretty sure this is a fallacious accusation that he accuses us that we have this statement that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, and this is illicit minor. So allegedly we committed a fallacy here, but I think this is not true. But maybe I will explain in due time when we will talk about fallacies.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be getting into them soon. In fact, we'll probably be on those for quite a while, I would imagine. Dealing with, I would like to keep going back, like we have done with the geometry and back to the definitions. We're a very
Basic principle.
yeah, we're the basic understanding of the words and how the words get used is what we do here. We try and define the words so we have a clear understanding of what's going on. So backwards and forwards, and delving into fallacies, which is pointing a finger at the mistakes people make within communication, within understanding, within communicating understanding, but with an eye to remember that learning is done and the proofs are gained personally. The conversation is how we stimulate ourselves to learn. I'm going to have to go over and look at that guy's channel, Matthew Weathers, to check out. Real maths teacher. I suppose if he's on YouTube, then he's definitely a real person if he's on YouTube. And like I say, I have invited him over. I don't know where he lives. He might be American. The shift seems a really bad time. I think he's only around when I'm sleeping, I think. But yeah, I've offered him a chat. He seemed confused about horizontal halves within this picture. That was the reason I sent him a message to say that I would have a word with him if he's struggling.
He's definitely thinking about local horizontals. So this is really old argument.
Local horizontals are still horizontal, though.
Yes, they should be, but in globe model, afflicted mind is they are different. They have to be different.
Yeah, what do you think of the inverted commas in that statement that he's put there around the word horizontal? Is that to signify that he doesn't it doesn't mean horizontal? What do you reckon?
I am not sure, but it would mean that all horizontals should be in um, in brackets or in quotes, because in the globe model there are no true horizontals. So
Is that what he means then, right? The red lines are horizontal, not horizontal. Wait, by putting those little quote marks around it.
Yes, I think this is not seriously horizontal.
Yeah. Yeah, colloquially horizontal, right? The ones that it's horizontal, not horizontal, just in name form. I think that's a sophistry, little tiny sophistry that allows people to have the misconception of horizontals being not horizontal.
Yes, that local horizontal, it more or less conforms to the curvature which is not visible on the small area. So this is very old argument.
Mm-hmm.
So-called argument. This is not really argument, but they call it argument.
What he said, the red line is too long.
Yes, and this not parallel line is showing badly.
Yeah. That's nice. We come and have a chat, Matthew. I'd love to hear what's inspired you to put the quote marks around that. In fact, I'm going to be asking somebody the next Glober I see what he might mean by putting the quote marks around horizontal like that. Without the quote marks, it literally is a lie. Because the red lines are not horizontal at all. To one A and B have differing slopes. In fact, if you extended all of those red lines, you would end up with a triangle. Of which all sides would be horizontal. Would make the triangle on a horizontal plane. Maybe a plan view is what he's trying to get away with. I don't know.
We will have horizontal triangle.
Yeah. Star Cotter has put his thumbs up. You see that? Always there with the thumbs up. He likes that. 3 lines are horizontal. FE, reality deniers, the text chat trolls. Lies matter. So he puts A and B are local horizontals. That's just reality. Deny reality all you like. It doesn't change reality. It just makes you a reality denier. Says a model afflicted globe believer. I'm taking it. I presume he thinks it's a globe. It has to be, because A and B have slope to them. And mathematically, horizontals have 0 slope. There's only the model afflicted that do that.
Yes, but he is overtly stating that he is naming it local horizontals.
Yeah, but they're established locally. There would be no point in establishing a horizontal where you weren't working. I don't know who ever thought of that as an idea. But it's ridiculous. Of course horizontals are local. They
So
need
this
to be.
horizontal in quote marks, it should be. I think it will be local horizontal.
But it's still horizontal, right? You can't have it sloping just because you call it local. And local to where? It's not local to the line in between A to B. Where would you have the horizontal distance between A to B? Would that be the shortest distance between A to B? What would be the horizontal distance?
It would be as depicted beneath the surface of the Earth.
I'd like to know which horizontal they would use for measuring the distance between the two.
It would be this yellow line only, because it's only the only connection between these 2 points is the yellow line. So horizontal line is going beneath the surface of horizon.
Oh,
Strange
don't
times.
call it a horizon. Look at it. Horizon. Mike's been showing us pictures of the horizon. There's no curve in the horizon. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So that's just ridiculous. I know you want them to say bendizontal. I do too. Still looking for the one that boldly states bendizontal on a globe. It's what they need.
Now they are on the stage of local horizontals. So we have to wait for bendizontal sometime, I think.
They're nearly there. 3 years. They're drawing pictures of sloping horizontals. It's only a matter of time before they turn it into point and then make it into a big ball. And then we can safely call it horizontal. I think that's what he means by the inverted commas. He means bendy. Zontal. He should just put bendizontal in there and be done with it. Because that's the implication of the horizontal at a point. Oh, he's Hex as well. Hex is seriously model afflicted. They need to send Hex in then. Some stupid shit needs to be said. Hex says from the YouTube text chat, if you're not seeing it,
I can see.
A person at A would use the left red line for horizontal. A person at B would use the right red line, for a person at the halfway point would use the middle red line or the yellow line. So the guy at the middle would use the yellow line, the one that's parallel to him. But surely he can't use the yellow line for elevation and the red line for that doesn't sound right at all.
He would dig under the earth.
What, in order to find a line? Like what? Or does that mean that there's another yellow line underneath A and B that we could also have? Phenomenal. Hex. I know you have to say this stuff but you realise some people might be listening. I know there might not be many globe model afflicted people, but if there is any other globe model afflicted people, what they're implying here is bendizontal. Do you really want to jump on board with bendizontal? Hex now says you didn't say elevation. There's a difference between the red line and the yellow line, Hex. That would be a measured vertical change, elevation change. You don't have to say things. Horizontal lines change in elevation. Horizontal lines change in elevation. Horizontal planes are always parallel, and you can measure the change from one parallel horizontal to another by measuring on a vertical datum. There's no red herrings here. If you want to come in, try and explain us, we can go model affliction, fallacy, acceptance. Show us your paralogisms. Come in. Or I'm pretty sure there's no red herrings or straw men coming on here. I think the red herrings and straw man might be drawn by a guy called Matthew. And he's obviously still learning, because it says Matthew learns. So if you want to come over, Matthew, and learn how ridiculous what it is you've just done there, or learn how Euclidean geometry goes to prove perpendiculars, you can come and have a chat. We might be able to learn something from you, Matthew, hopefully. And there's a guy, one of the FE guys in the chat saying he'd be embarrassed to be a reality denier. Yeah, just a bit earlier said about this sloping A and B. And there's no way you can have sloping horizontals, because the horizontal would have to be parallel to the plane of the horizon. And has anybody ever seen a sloping horizon anywhere? He's too model afflicted to learn anything. He admits it. It's understandable. We know. It's tough, the model. Once the model's in your mind And I'm guessing most of it was put in at youth. And here's the big one. Most of the people that are severely model afflicted are of a certain age, let's say boomer. And that boomer mentality is usually because as a child, these now adults, right, are that they watched a certain event take place that gave them at a young age some sort of an idea that's locked something into them. So as a child, maybe their parents went along with it. And maybe their parents convinced them that people were talking to other people on phones. Landlines. Hello, how you doing? Just relay it through Australia. They've seen that. So the model to them has been instilled in them by the TV, the programming, all of that sort of stuff. I think that's why they do a lot of these space things. They try and make them big, but it's not the same as it was back then. For that particular one with the moon, when they showed a guy talking to people, supposedly quite a long way away.
X is here on panel on Discord.
Oh right, Hex is coming. Oh, he's who's muted him? Here we go. Welcome back, Hex. I'm just going to read this here. The FE guy says, I said nothing about sloping and the horizon is curved. Well, I don't know how you can have horizontals being parallel to something that's curved. That doesn't make any sense. In fact, it's impossible.
As I see it, the horizon is curved left to right, not up and down. So it's a circle around you. It lies in a plane, so horizontal can be parallel to it.
So it's a horizontal plane.
Horizontal for the person standing in the middle of it, the guy who sees the horizon.
Right, so the guy that's looking at the horizon in the distance is on a horizontal plane.
It's horizontal for him.
A horizontal plane. Like a circle would be 2D. Is that what you're talking about now? The horizontal plane is like a circle that's 2D with the guy stood in the middle of it.
I'm saying the horizon is a circle, and the circle lies in a plane. But the plane is not the surface of the Earth. The plane cuts through the Earth. The only place it's on the surface is at the horizon, all the way around.
Sorry.
That's the way
It cuts through, did you say?
Yes. I'm sure you've seen that picture. If you take a melon or an orange and slice the top off of it, you get a circle around the edge. And even if you put the top back on, the cut is a circle all the way around it.
A circle's a 2D shape though, right?
Yes. The horizon is a fixed distance away from you, and it doesn't extend up or down. It's just where it is, so it is 2D.
So when it's a fixed distance away from you, would you say like a radius? Or would you say a
Yeah.
slope?
Well, no, it has a radius. A circle has a radius, of course.
Yeah.
And it's only fixed if we ignore refraction. It might be slightly closer in one direction than in the other, but to keep things simple,
Sorry, there's a
basically
circle
a
that
circle.
is affected by refraction. You do understand what a circle is in geometry, right?
Yes, but this is optics.
What's optics?
The horizon.
Well, we were just talking about the horizontality of it.
Yeah. The only place you can see the horizon is if you're standing in the center of it. And then
Standing in the
it
center
would be
of the
lying in the
horizon.
horizontal plane. What?
Standing in the center of it.
Well, above the center, since it the plane of the horizon would go. I'm not sure if necessarily be under your feet. Probably, yeah. Well, it would.
How far
standing
under?
at sea
How
level.
far under your feet?
Depends on how far away the horizon is.
Oh, how do you know how
And how
far
high up
away
you
it
are.
is?
Standing at sea level, oh, I don't know. I can look up how far away the horizon is if you're standing at sea level, but I don't know. It's the math to figure out how the dip to the horizon is. Well,
The dip to the horizon.
If the
Have you been? You've been doing flat Earth stuff, have you, or have you been
I guess we could just
doing
use a horizon dip calculator to figure out
a
how far
horizon
below
dip
you.
calculator?
Yeah,
Wow.
the horizon
Is that the
is
dip
always
of the
below your eye
horizontal
level.
that's at the horizon then?
It's the dip down to the horizon
Mhm.
from your eye level. The horizon is always lower than eye level.
Yeah, because you're not got your eye on the horizon. You stood. I take it you stood above the horizon, right? I mean, you
Yeah.
wouldn't ever have the horizon above your eyes, would you? How would you go on in those situations?
Doesn't sound like it would work.
Oh well, you've got George and that Jesse that have shown you that. Do you mean it wouldn't work? Have you? You mean you've got people that are showing you stuff that doesn't work?
Who said anything about anybody showing me anything?
Oh, so you've not watched their videos, have you, where they show that?
Oh, which?
The videos where and pictures where they show the horizon above eye level. I know it sounds like you should be underwater, but yeah, that's what they show.
I have not seen that.
No,
You
I
have a
think
link
think
somewhere?
they fucked up their measurements or can't set the tools up
That
myself.
doesn't sound possible.
I
mean, if
know
you-
it doesn't. But I asked them many times whether it could be possible that they've not set their tools up properly or anything like that, and they said, well, they've never calibrated it anything, or they've never actually been proper surveyors, or don't know how to calibrate the tools, but they're pretty convinced that the horizon was above their eye level.
It might depend on how you define horizon. There's some
We need to
people that say that if
redefine
you're
the
looking at a
horizon now as well, are
mountain
we?
range. There's some people claim that if you're looking at a mountain range, the top of the mountain is your horizon in that direction.
A topographic
In which case,
horizon, yeah,
definitely-
it would definitely be a topographic horizon if that's what you're looking at.
Oh, okay, yeah, there are different terms for them. So if you are standing in a hole that is 7 feet deep, then the topographical horizon would presumably be 1 foot above your eyes. But I'm talking about standing at sea level.
Yeah,
looking
that's
out
what
across the
that's
ocean.
what Jesse did. He was actually at the seaside.
And he said the horizon was above his eye level?
Yes. Yeah.
I would really like. I
Three
would really
times.
like to see that. See that video. That doesn't make sense. If I had to guess, I would assume that you were confusing that with what's it called, reciprocal zenith angles. If you have two people standing at sea level looking at each other through some kind of theodolite or something, then they're both looking up at the other one. No, they aren't. They are looking down at the other one. Or if they look horizontally straight, they're looking above each other's heads. But that's not the horizon.
That's where you've got the lower, right?
What's lower?
Well, you imagine yourself as being on the top of the hump, looking down, don't you?
I'm quite comfortable considering the Earth to be a sphere with no top.
No top.
So yeah, no top. Well, the whole surface is. You could call the whole surface the top, the outside.
Yeah, that's why. That's how you can have everybody on the top, right?
Yeah, well, you just realize that the top doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. The whole model doesn't make any sense, really.
Well, it makes a lot more sense than the little one we can glean from your model, since you claim to not have one.
The geometric model I would go with. Horizontal and vertical being perpendicular. I'll go with that model if you want to.
I'm talking about the shape of the Earth if we ignore topography.
Well, I'm ignoring your shape of the Earth and just going with geometric proofs, right? Now, my geometric proofs will state my geometric model states that all horizontals and verticals are perpendicular.
But that's not geometry. That's
perpendicular is geometry, definitely.
Yes. But vertical and horizontal aren't geometric terms.
They're straight lines.
Physical.
Yeah.
You need to measure. Vertical and horizontal.
Are vertical and
then
horizontal
use
perpendicular for you on your model?
Sorry?
Are vertical and horizontal perpendicular on your geometric model?
Wherever I'm standing, my vertical is perpendicular to my horizontal.
Brilliant. So we do agree then. Verticals and horizontals are perpendicular. They're always perpendicular, aren't they?
They are always perpendicular to their respective counterparts. Wherever
The vertical and horizontal, yeah.
Vertical will be perpendicular to horizontal, but your horizontal will not be parallel to mine.
Do you know how?
Unless you're.
Do you know how perpendiculars are made, constructed within geometry?
I've seen your picture with a whole bunch of circles, and that's probably the best way to. That would be the way to do it if you insist on not measuring angles. Otherwise, you could just use a. Let's see, what's the word? Is it a protractor that measures angles, or is? Yeah, a compass draws circles and a protractor measures an angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you could use a protractor to get a right angle.
Yeah, you can geometrically do it a lot easier.
I don't think that's easier, but it might be more accurate.
What, than getting a
I think
protractor out?
The main thing is if you're interested in using quote pure unquote geometry and not using protractors, only using a compass and a straight edge, then you can use intersecting circles to.
Interesting. You call that pure geometry. Is somebody
In quotes,
feeding you that
in
stuff?
quotes.
What do you
I
mean
don't
by in
bother.
quotes? What's that mean?
think that means that some people consider it to be the purest form of geometry. And since you are so big on Euclid, I thought possibly you did. And I don't care if you want to use
I
that
just
method.
call it geometry. Like you added in pure geometry, didn't you? Like it was the purest, right? There's different grades of
According to some people, yes. Personally, I would just use a protractor. So I would possibly accept that the circle method might be more accurate. I'm not sure. But I don't see anything wrong with using a protractor. How about you?
to get a perpendicular.
Yeah, are you comfortable using a protractor to measure 90 degrees?
So what you would do if you were doing measuring 90...
You're not answering my question. Are you comfortable using a protractor
I'm
to measure
going to
90
explain.
degrees?
I'm going to explain exactly the procedure that you would need to do. Right? You would need, first off, a line, a straight line. Then you would place the protractor on that line, wouldn't you? And you would line the baseline of the protractor up on that line. Right? And then you would mark with your pencil a mark at the bottom of the line where you wanted the perpendicular to be made, and one at the top.
That's pretty obvious.
Right, and then what you would do is you would join those 2 points up again, and you would have another straight line. You would have two straight lines.
I think I remember how to use a protractor.
Okay, so you would definitely have two straight lines. Now, on those two straight lines that you have, right, you can extend them as far as you want, and you can make other perpendiculars on those two straight lines. Making an infinite number of straight lines perpendicular to those two starting lines.
And you could add parallel lines to the other line so you get a grid of squares and or rectangles, and all of the one type of line would be perpendicular to all of the ones to the other. But we have said nothing so far about whether or not any of these lines are vertical or horizontal. You've just talked about straight lines, and that's geometry.
Well, is a vertical line a straight line?
Yes.
So if you were to use your protractor, like you said, and lay that line down, whenever you were making the perpendicular to that straight line, you would need another straight line. Now, would that straight line perpendicular to the vertical be called a horizontal?
Yes, if you are at the position of the line.
Well, you could make perpendiculars at any point on those two lines that you've just made that are perpendicular to each other. The geometric proof would still stand that all of those lines you call horizontal and vertical would be parallel to each other. Of course they would.
All of the perpendiculars to a given vertical would be horizontal at the point of the vertical. But any
did you say the horizontal would be perpendicular at the point on the vertical? Would the vertical be perpendicular to the point on the horizontal?
The point, anywhere along the line. I was thinking of a point if you draw a point on the map to show where you have drawn your vertical.
Draw a point on a map?
Yes, you know what a map is, don't you?
Yeah, for elevation changes, are you thinking, for the contour lines?
No.
You want to put a vertical on a map?
I'm just talking about a north-south position, or Any kind of coordinate system you want.
You mean like north, south, east, and west being perpendicular to each other?
That's a very good example because they are also only perpendicular at the point where they are measured. If you draw
they are straight lines that are perpendicular to each other, aren't they? I mean, north-south is a straight line, isn't it? And east-west is a straight line also.
Yes, but no other depending on which map you use and
wait a minute. They are perpendicular to each other on every map, aren't they? North, south, east, and west.
I think one could make a skewed map.
A skewed map
wouldn't be skewed. Yes, if you take a square
you
and
could
you push,
make a skewed map. Why?
If you take a square and you push two opposite corners in different directions, you can turn it into a rhombus, I think it's called.
Yeah, with a
different
diagonals.
Yeah, if you did that with a map, then north, south, and east, west would no longer be perpendicular to each other.
What? If you skewed the squares, the grid formation, into a rhombus, then it wouldn't be perpendicular. I.e., if you make them not perpendicular, then they won't be perpendicular. That's genius.
Yeah. But also,
I spotted that one, didn't I? I mean,
you don't have
does that normally work with people? That if you change something from being perpendicular, then it's not perpendicular. For fuck's sake.
Well, it's a counterexample to your question, but one doesn't have to do something so unnatural. But what kind of map? You're probably going to refuse to answer this in a reasonable way. But if you wanted a map of the entire Earth, the entire thing that we live on, not the dirt, what would you use? Would you consider a Gleason's map to be relatively accurate? And I don't care about details like exactly how
I wouldn't know.
Scale stuff.
Would you?
No, I think the globe is accurate. And over short distances, there are these what's this conical?
The globe's inaccurate. Have you got any two-scale globes?
I think any globe is to scale.
What?
No flat map is exactly.
What scale is it?
Over short distances.
What scale is it?
I don't know, one to a couple million or something. What's the diameter of the Earth? Again?
I haven't got a clue.
Miles or
what do you imagine?
24,000 miles. In
Nice.
which case, I'd say that my globe is about a 1 to 50,000. Oh, no, wait a minute. 1 to 5 million.
Wow.
500,000 maybe.
You sound like you're just making these up, really. Do you not know?
I think my globe is about 50 centimeters across, and
that's pretty big. That
is
you got half meter.
12,000. Oh,
half
so
meter.
I was.
Are you sure? Let's have a look at that. That's impressive. That's commitment.
Earth's diameter is 12,000 kilometers. So 500,000 would be about 1 to 25 million, I believe. Was there a purpose to that question?
Yeah, have you ever seen a globe with that scale on it? You know, like, you know, when you get
I
scale
don't-
maps and 2 scale maps, the ones that we use,
I
I've got 1 to
haven't-
50,000 on that, I think.
I haven't
Standard.
looked that closely, but I don't think I've seen a globe with the scale printed on it. I was calculating it myself.
Oh. Why
But
do you
that's
imagine that
just
there
approximate.
isn't any with any scales on them? Because there isn't.
Because
Is there?
the scale is too.
Because they're not. Like, the reason, Hex, is they are not to scale. That's very simply.
pretty good. It's the flat maps that aren't, though.
The map
nautical
I've got
sea
has
charts-
definitely got a scale on it.
Yeah, but unless it's for a short distance, it's not going to be completely accurate over the whole map. It will be distorted since it's a projection.
Mm. The map of the UK that we have is to scale, and there's no distortion in it.
Oh, yes, there is.
Where?
Around the edges of each individual map section, I presume, or is this a single
The
map?
same scale applies across the entirety of the map.
Yes, but it's approximate. It's not exact.
It's a 2-scale map.
As good as they can make it and still keep it flat.
As good as they can make it. Well, they make it 2-scale, so...
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. Have you never seen a 2-scale map?
They've got a scale printed on it. Well, I think some maps actually have a different scale along the top and the bottom. They want to
What,
be
a differing
accurate.
scale from the top to the bottom?
Yes,
Which maps are those?
accurate ones.
Let's see one.
Over relatively large.
Let's see
areas.
one of these with different scales on. How much do they differ?
I don't know. I
Is
haven't
that
done
like a
much
distance across
navigating.
the top of the map is a different distance across the bottom of the map? Why would they do
Yeah,
that?
if we're talking distance on the Earth, not the length of the map, that would probably
Well,
be
the
the same
distances
top and bottom.
change on different places.
Yes, there's distortion involved in projecting.
Okay. So, I mean, how
globe
much difference? I
onto
mean,
a
like,
flat map.
I live in the UK. Is a meter the same in the north of the UK? Is that the same meter as it is in the south?
Yes, the meter is it's got a
So there's no need for us to
Specific
have a
definition.
differing scale across the UK then?
yes, there is.
Oh, we do? No, there is no differing
The
scale.
map is distorted. It's not
not.
exactly the same number
1
of
to
meters,
50,000. 2 scale.
approximately.
I'm amazed. I mean, thanks for coming in, Model Affliction Monday, and you're showing us that you definitely don't understand what scale is.
Sure, I do.
Why do you think 2-scale maps aren't 2
proportion.
scale? Yeah,
Because they're projections of a globe. If the Earth were flat, they would be to scale, most likely.
the 2-scale maps that were measured 1-to-1 in reality, like actual realistic measurements made.
What is the name of this map? Is it you've got something called National Ordnance something or another, don't you? Or
Yeah, have you not got
who
any?
prints those maps?
Have you not got any where you live? Have you not got any 2-scale maps that you can reference? Because I'm pretty sure you don't have Ordnance Survey where you live, do you? So you'd be much better off referring to one of the maps of your area, the scale maps in your area. I would.
I was going to try to look up yours since you're the one claiming that it's perfectly to scale. But
Scale,
let's
yeah,
see.
scale maps.
Sjöfartsverket.
All you've got to do is check for a scale on the map, and then you'll know that the map is to scale.
Cool.
Usually the distances that you know, like put a ruler on or whatever, would have been measured in reality, or maybe even triangulated. Probably triangulated.
They probably want you to pay to see this thing. Oh, I've got some
I pay for my map.
nautical charts somewhere.
Is that a 2 scale? They got a scale on them? Because that'd be handy. We've got some nautical charts hanging around. Wow, we might have somebody experienced with this nautical stuff. Have you got a sextant?
Nope.
X?
Nope.
No. Just nautical maps. Charts, sorry.
Somewhere,
Nautical charts.
I don't know. I don't know where. It'll take a while to look them up. But I know that someone somewhere posted, I think it was a letter that I thought you got from some
Monkey Betty's put 69
printing
miles
people
is
that
3174 feet. Thought there was like 5,260 feet in a mile. So I'm not too sure how Monkey Betty's got 69 miles being 3,174 feet. You've got some problems, right? The conflicts that go on. Model.
I don't understand. Right, I'm not used to miles. Our miles are 10 kilometers. Period.
Sorry, your miles are 10 kilometers.
Yeah.
What? 1 mile equals 10 kilometers where you live?
Well, we call them mil, spelled M-I-L, but it's the same, basically the same word. But I don't know if it would be translated as mile. That's an interesting question.
Oh, you've done away with miles and replaced it with
I think we
10
got
kilometers.
we've gotten away from
It's like a kilometer is a tenth of a mile. Is that what you're saying where you live?
That's interesting.
Would be.
They translate it to Swedish as M-I-L.
Swedish? You can't be Swedish. It's not your native
Not
country, is
originally.
it? No, I didn't think so.
No.
No.
But I am a Swedish citizen now.
Good. And in Sweden, they have a kilometer is a tenth of a mile.
Google Translate, if it doesn't have a translation, it doesn't translate it. So when it appears to be translating MIL in Swedish into MIL in English, it probably doesn't really mean that is the translation.
Wow.
Well, we've gotten away from horizontal and vertical.
Well, obviously, you
Not that we're ever going to agree on that.
You need to. Well, we have already agreed they are perpendicular.
At any one point, yes. Wherever you are, your vertical will be perpendicular to your horizontal. But your vertical won't be parallel to mine, and your horizontal won't be parallel to my horizontal either.
Well, horizontals are all parallel to each other, right?
That is your model affliction speaking. You have never really supported that except by switching and claiming that, as far as I know, and claiming that all verticals are horizontal. Sorry.
never
All
claimed
verticals
that.
are parallel, and then like saying that horizontals
No.
are perpendicular to vertical. But
No.
you have never,
No,
you've
Hex.
never.
The horizontal, right? All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. The
All
plane
horizontals.
of the horizon.
No, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of their respective horizons.
Okay,
Wherever
which
you go,
means that all horizontals are parallel to each other.
no, it doesn't.
Yeah, it
Oh,
does.
that would only mean that if all horizons were parallel with each other, and you haven't, as far as I know, supported that,
No.
except by cherry-picking quotes where people talk about the plane of the horizon, but
That's a mathematical definition of horizontal.
but the definition doesn't tell you whether all of them are equal to each other.
No, that's the logic.
Wherever you are, you
It's
can
the
use
logic
the
and the
definition.
geometric principles that you
That's
can
not logic,
derive
and,
that. Yes, you can.
Horizontal and vertical are not geometric concepts, they're physical. Once you have measured them physically, then you can use geometry on your results. But you would have to measure a bunch of verticals or horizontals, and
How would you
demonstrate that
measure
they
a
are parallel.
vertical? What do you mean? Measure a vertical?
Well,
Tell us the procedure on how we would measure a vertical. And actually, just to point out, Saragaki also lives around that part of town where you live. And he says they also use the word mil for 10 kilometers. But strangely enough, it's got nothing to do with a mile.
well, except that it's the same word.
It
Presumably.
starts. It starts with the
not.
same 3 letters. It's not the same word.
It's basically the same word.
It's not the same word because a mile is a mile and 10 kilometers is what they call a mil, right? What you call a mil. I don't even know if that's how you say it. It's not a mile,
miles. There are nautical miles, for instance.
They're
which
nautical
are not
miles.
A mile, which are different from the statute mile.
Are you saying that in Sweden, the land-based place, that they have a nautical mile that's 10 kilometers?
No, the nautical
No, good.
mile is what is it? 60. I think 60 nautical miles are approximately. Oh no, they're approximately 69 statute miles, aren't they? I'd have to look that up.
What, a nautical mile is 69 statute miles? I think you're getting all confused. Yeah, you need to...
60
Who's advising
nautical
you?
miles.
Mhm.
60 nautical miles would be 69 statute miles, I believe.
Wow. So the same distance then? Like the distance, the mile doesn't change at all, does it?
Sorry, if 60 of one are equal to 69 of the other, then they aren't equal. Oh, I mean,
What, a mile isn't equal? Or what?
Yeah, one nautical mile is a bit more than one statute mile.
So they're different measurements then?
No. They're both called miles. I think there are at least 3 different tons.
Yeah.
Might be spelled differently, but
Yeah. So, are you imagining the mile changes size, or just the name?
no, not unless you are talking about
Okay.
different miles.
So we understand that now completely. You've just changed the word for something. It's like a kilometer isn't a mile,
Of course not.
right? They're 2 different things. Yeah, yeah.
But one point something or another kilometers, isn't it? Is equal to a mile. So I don't know the conversion.
But whenever you talk about these distances, right? A mile,
No,
a kilometer, it's a straight line distance, isn't it? Not cutting through anything. It's just
not
like a straight line.
necessarily. You can if you can.
Well, which
measure-
which
you can
one
measure a-
isn't a straight line? The mile, or the
No, it
kilometer,
doesn't
or
have
the
any-
mil?
Doesn't have anything to do with. Doesn't have anything to do with the unit. It has to do with whether you're measuring a straight line or if you're measuring a curved line. Like, for instance, if you use your car's odometer to measure how far you've driven on a road trip, you almost certainly haven't driven in a straight line. Maybe in Australia or something, but
We're specifically talking
distance
about
is
these
just how-
mile and mil and kilometer, right? They are
you know,
straight line distances, right?
no, they're distances. Period.
Straight line distances.
It's up to you. It's up to you whether you're measuring a straight line or measuring a curved path.
And which surveying team do you imagine measures a curved path?
I have, well, ones who are planning or mapping out a road, for instance. The road almost certainly isn't entirely straight for its whole length. Asked some surveyors to measure how long the distance is from New York to Tacoma, for instance. I'm sure they would do it. That wouldn't be a straight line. It would depend on what you
What
ask
do you mean
them
it
to do.
wouldn't
You
be a
might-
straight line?
It depends on what they
If you
are
ask somebody to
measuring.
measure the distance from A to B, it best fucking be a straight line.
No, the distance is length of something.
Yeah, length, one
Circumference-
dimension, right? Straight line.
The circumference of a circle is a distance. And what you measure on the odometer of a car is distance. And not very many cars are constantly traveling in a single straight line.
Do you know of any cars that can travel a shorter than a straight line distance?
Of course not.
Of course
Does that
not,
have
did
to
you
do with
just
anything?
say?
Of
You
course
said that
not.
like you were so sure of yourself.
Well, if you want to mix in, what's it called, theory of relativity, either
I don't know. I think
special
no.
or general, then maybe. I'm not too up. Don't know an awful lot about that.
Yeah, Bob, the science guy, drove a shorter distance than a straight line. He knocked 50, 100 miles off the journey.
I would like a citation for that. That doesn't really sound correct.
Oh, well, we'll go over that
You
tomorrow, Should we do that tomorrow? Logic, nay.
You're making very weird claims.
Well, we'll go over the video tomorrow. Since we had somebody else go over it as well. Alfag on Friday. He sort of backed up Bob shorter than a straight line. Shorter distance than a straight line distance. And verified, well, said many times by Bob. We had to check with him. He said it to Rakia many times. Rakia got him to restate it because it sounded fantastic. And then
it certainly does.
yeah.
But so far, I've only heard it
Alfag.
from you, and I don't really trust you to get things right.
Okay, well, like I wasn't there, but I've put the videos out.
Yeah.
Shorter than a straight line distance, yeah. He kept doing copyright strikes on it though, because I think he was a little bit embarrassed. But SE's got a video out where he says it as well. Yeah, I think I could only put the music clip out, but then even then he copyrighted that as well. He must be really embarrassed about saying it, poor fella. I will go over it tomorrow.
Assuming he did say it, that
Logic.
could well be.
It could well be if Bob said it. No way.
Bob
You
I'm talking
followed
about.
that quickly.
Bob the science guy, or
Yeah.
guy who measured 15-degree-per-hour
No,
rotation?
Bob the science guy drove in his
Okay.
car and knocked
Yeah.
50 or 100 miles off a straight line distance by driving it in his car.
I very much doubt that.
Well, he definitely claimed it.
If you have a
He
citation-
definitely didn't do it, right? But that's what he's claimed. The model Affliction made him claim that.
Unless it was your model Affliction making you hear it.
Well,
If you have
definitely
a
said it.
citation,
let me
at the
have a
name
look.
of the video and preferably a timestamp, I would love to see it.
I'll have a
I'm
look.
not going to take your word for it until that point. So,
You want to hear the crazy?
Anywhere with the horizontal and vertical.
Here we go. This one
You can
is
see
excellent.
how most of your claims would be correct on a flat Earth, basically
go.
flat with topology. Where?
in the live chat.
Oh, live
Shorter
chat.
than a straight line distance 2. Bendizontal Boogaloo. It's called. Yeah, he kept copyright striking all of the earlier ones. But I'll have a look, see if I can find the early
Shorter
one.
than a straight line. Okay.
Let's see.
And link in a new tab. Okay. That's almost an hour. Do you have any idea where about this happened?
I've got a 26-minute one here. This is this video is no longer available due to a copyright claim by some dude, some random dude.
So, were you commenting on it, or were you just did you just copied the whole video, or
Copied the whole video.
onto your channel? I see this is your channel.
Which one?
Well, the one you posted first, shorter than a straight line, distance 2,
Yeah.
horizontal boogaloo.
Yep.
That's got a Discord, so that's probably your content. But
Yeah.
it'll take a while to find.
Yeah, it's the one that I've got. It's a 26
Yeah.
minute clip, and about 12
Okay.
minutes of that was a Buster song that Bob seems to have copyrighted. That he thinks it's his copyright, Buster's music and everything.
That sounds weird.
Yeah. He's
Here's
embarrassed by it, right? I mean, you would be, wouldn't you?
Oh.
You said that, that even you said it sounds unbelievable.
Does.
Yeah. Well, you want to watch that video then? Because that will have you shocked at some of the things
definitely will.
that Bob's been claiming he can do.
Mm. Some astronauts jumping around someplace here, and is that Bob in the background? No, that's not him. That's NASA guy.
I haven't got a clue. Are you watching the music at the
looks
beginning?
This is, let's see. Oh, but I get them confused.
Yeah.
Is he the... He's the doctor, isn't he? Dr. Bob. And,
Oh, wait, whoa. Watch what you're doing. You're trying to get us a copyright strike.
Sorry, what?
You're trying to get us a copyright strike.
No,
He copyright
why?
strikes all sorts of stuff. Don't be saying that. Do you know there's a video out there he doesn't want people to see? It's got that wrote on it. You'd be calling that doxing. Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to say he's a doctor anymore, to be honest.
Anyways, I'll definitely be watching this as soon as I can get around to it.
Sweet. So you'll know it for next time when you come. It is Model Affliction Monday, so.
Yeah. Well, you're. I think you are almost always equally model afflicted, except when you leave the horizontal and vertical out. Then you tend to make some sense.
The level and vertical.
When you're only
They're perpendicular as well, aren't they?
You're only talking about Euclid and straight lines. Then you make sense. But as soon as you start saying that.
But level and vertical are perpendicular.
Yeah, then you...
They are perpendicular, though, aren't they?
At any point.
Like vertical and horizontal. Very similar. Right? They're perpendicular too.
At any point. And any...
Just exactly
any
the same
vertical-
as vertical and or plumb and level. Almost as though there's no difference between plumb and level and vertical and horizontal, isn't it? It's really weird, that.
Plumb is the same as vertical, isn't it?
Wow, yeah. What about level and horizontal? Since they're both perpendicular.
Not on only on your model afflicted flat Earth.
What?
On the globe, level follows the curve.
Right, but they are both plumb and level are perpendicular, right?
At any one position, yes.
And vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
Same thing there. At any position.
Plumb
Wherever you
and
are.
vertical are the same.
Sorry? Which?
So anything that has a similar relationship to the same thing must also be the same, right? But you don't want to have them the same, do you?
Have which the same? I missed that.
Right, okay. We'll start again. Plumb and vertical are the same.
Yes.
Okay, right.
Yes.
Now, we're going to take these two things that are the same. We're going to take them individually. Level.
Aye.
Right? Level is perpendicular to plumb.
At any particular point.
Any point, yes. Any point, it will be perpendicular.
At any point,
Yep.
your local vertical will be
Perpendicular to
your local
horizontal.
horizontal.
Yep. Now,
not
when
yep.
we're already got them the same. Now, when we say vertical and horizontal are perpendicular too, in exactly the same way that plumb and level are perpendicular, right?
If you accept that a straight line can be perpendicular to a curve, then yes.
But it can't be, because perpendicular is a relationship between two straight lines.
Okay, in that case, level and plumb aren't perpendiculars.
Oh.
But plumb is perpendicular to the tangent to level at any one position.
Okay. So plumb is only perpendicular to horizontal then?
At the same position, well, except that it's the position along the longitude and latitude, or longitude and latitude position. If you go up and down the vertical, it's still perpendicular to the same horizontal, or
they're always perpendicular.
Parallel to the previous.
Yeah, I mean, you see what your model's doing. The model's causing you confusion.
No,
see, in my reality, right, plumb and level are perpendicular. That's because they're both straight lines, that they have that relationship. And vertical and horizontal are also perpendicular.
Okay, I will accept that the flat Earth is somewhat simpler than the sphere, but that doesn't make it.
You like the simple flat Earth, do you?
I don't know about like it's simple, but I don't believe it.
In reality, we do have elevation changes, so try to get away from your simple 2D and come into reality, right? We know sometimes some things are a little bit difficult and complicated for you. But we're just talking about perpendicular.
I missed the word. Was it before elevation change, or I didn't quite hear the whole thing. In reality, something elevation change.
In reality, we have elevation changes. Yeah, it's not 2D.
Yeah, if you go up and down a mountain, but if we bulldoze all the
go anywhere,
mountains,
right? If you go any change in elevation anywhere, that proves that it's not flat. Right, so your simplistic view of the flat Earth is fucking ridiculous, because the flat Earth doesn't exist.
We have to call it something, and
you have to call what something.
Your model is approximately flat.
I don't have a model.
If you could,
I have a geometric model, and that geometric model dictates that level and plumb are perpendicular, just the same as vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. That's what my geometric model dictates.
Level, no, it would be and level are perpendicular in the same way that north-south and east-west are or aren't perpendicular.
In perpendicular, it means I know the understanding of what that means. I don't have any other definition of perpendicular, because I know it's two straight lines at right angles to each other.
So what do you think that north-south is perpendicular to east-west?
Absolutely.
Okay, but that's just your local east-west. If you follow, let's say, the equator, well, any line of latitude.
What?
Around the AE map.
Make sure you get your model in here. This is the best place to do it.
AE map is I'm presuming your model, but
I haven't got a model. That's definitely not my map. My map's Ordnance Survey map. They're to scale, the maps I have.
You don't think the AE map is to scale?
It's not to scale, is it? Does it have a scale on
I
it?
think it isn't, but that's because I think the Earth is a globe.
Does
and
it
the
have a
AE map
scale
is just
on
a
it?
projection.
IE
What does that have
map.
to do with anything?
IE map is azimuthal equidistance. So this is distance of the sun, of the path of the sun. It has nothing to do with measurement of the ground. It is equidistant. It is equal distance of the sun, path of the sun.
But
This is IE map.
IE. Or do you mean AE?
IE, azimuthal equidistant map.
Yeah, AE. And the azimuthal is like a horizontal plane, isn't it, Hex? Isn't that what azimuthal means?
azimuthal. The Gleason's map is an azimuthal
Yeah.
map.
Yep.
I don't see where the what's it called? Where the sun comes in.
Is it horizontal? Azimuthal. Does azimuthal mean horizontal to you? Or not?
See, azimuthal map projection.
No, not the map projection.
It,
just
it,
azimuthal.
It means that all points on the map are at the proportionally correct distances from the center point, which for the Gleason's map is the North Pole.
Okay. What
The,
does azimuthal mean?
distances,
Not related to the map that you get triggered over, that you injected into the conversation.
sorry?
The azimuthal, take it out of the map that you're obsessed with, right? That you want to inject into the conversation. It's not my map. You brought it in, right? Take it away from that, right? What does azimuthal mean to you? Does it mean horizontal?
In a horizontal circle, it's connected to it anyways, but
So it is a horizontal then, right? The azimuthal is a horizontal.
in a horizontal circle,
A circle, a
driving the
2D
map
circle,
projection, which
horizontal.
preserves direction for all points relative to a selected point, which is the North Pole in the normal one.
North, south, east and west.
Yes.
Circle, would they both be like
You-
diameters and would they be perpendicular to each other, north, south, east and west, on a horizontal plane, i.e. azimuthal?
At
It
any
is a
point,
plane.
yes.
Can we establish that the azimuthal plane is definitely a plane, being a 2D thing?
Maps tend to be flat, yes.
Okay, right. So
But,
so north
look at
and
the
south
Gleason's
on the
map,
azimuthal, because that's
Yeah.
definitely what you do, isn't it? You measure an angle from the north position around in a circle for 360 degrees. So would north to south be 180 degrees, a diameter of a circle? The one that you're talking about, the one on the azimuthal plane. And would east to west be perpendicular to north and south on every azimuthal plane whenever anybody sets any tools up on the azimuthal?
not plane at along any line of what would it be? Longitude.
We're
East and
talking
west
about
are-
the circle, the azimuthal plane
Yeah,
established. Right, now that
I'm talking
circle,
about the map. I'm not sure how it's
that circle is
connected to
definitely a 2D. Well, do you not know about people setting up telescopes and stuff like that? Whenever anybody's doing any navigation or whatever, then they use the azimuthal plane. for your first coordinate. Tells you your heading, doesn't
that
it?
proves the globe. They
Tells you your heading, doesn't it?
uses only one. But you see how on the
It
Gleason's
uses
map,
only what?
east and west are different directions if you follow the circle around.
On the map that you've brought in, are you trying to tout it? Is that your favourite? So would you say on that map that you've brought in, which I think is a flat Earth map, right?
Yeah.
You like it, okay? On your flat Earth map,
yes.
on your flat Earth map, are north and south perpendicular to east and west?
At any one point, yes, but
At any one point on your flat Earth map.
If you look at the north-south in Africa, it is parallel to east-west off the west coast of South America, right?
Say that again. I missed that.
North in Western Africa, or let's say Eastern Africa, is parallel to east-west in Western South America.
Did you just say just north? Or north-south?
What difference does it make? North-south is a line and north is a direction.
Okay, so you said
Use
so
them,
north-south is parallel to east-west, did you say?
Yes.
In where? In Africa?
Look at the Gleason's map. North-south in Africa is parallel to east-west in South America, more or less. Depends on exactly where you are. Actually, the middle of the United States is better. North-south in Western Africa is parallel to east-west in
Are you
say,
sure?
Kansas. Look at the bloody map!
North-south is parallel to east-west.
Look at the bloody map.
Your map. That sounds ridiculous. I don't think I need to look at that map. That sounds fucking ridiculous.
Tell me what map you would use for the entire Earth. You just waffle on.
Why would I want to? Why would I want to try and do that? For what purpose? Give me a reason. Why would I be doing? Why would I be getting a map? I would hope to never say anything as ridiculous as what you've just said.
In case you were interested
in
some country that you saw on the news, or you wanted to know, you were looking into flight distances and wanted to know how far it was from Africa to South America, you're better off looking at the globe or asking Google Earth, which is based on the globe, but that's one reason.
How long have you been in this? How long have you been doing this for?
Why are you so opposed to?
Because, dude, you've just said
you think the Earth
you've
is?
just said that north and south are parallel to east and west.
Look at the bloody
on
map.
A certain place on your map. It's fucking ridiculous. Get real, man.
Dictionary. I don't know why I'm in which. Check the azimuthal equidistant projection in the Wiktionary, and you'll see that on the page here, in Western Africa, north-south is vertical on the page, and east-west in Kansas is vertical. So they are parallel to each other. Gleason's map. If you have a world map that you prefer, then I would really like to know what it is. If you
I don't have a world map.
Why not?
Because I just
Are you
don't. I have no
Are
need
you
for one.
completely Are you completely uninterested in what the Earth is?
Absolutely. Yeah. I've never been interested in the Earth. That's a load of people who are completely obsessed with it around here. Yeah, I've been studying people.
You're only obsessed with verticals being parallel to each other.
No, I'm geometrically.
Sure.
I have geometric proofs. I've
you
just been
don't.
talking to people about them. It seems like there's a load of people who are obsessed with maps and the shape of things that don't have anything to do with any geometry, don't understand anything about it. It's really weird.
Do you have any geometric proof that doesn't start with either all verticals are parallel or all horizontals?
Yeah, it definitely doesn't
parallel?
start off with that. It starts off with vertical is a straight line. Or you could start off the other way. Horizontal is a straight line. And then you can make a geometric relationship of perpendicular to those straight lines. And then it just goes from there. Geometric proof on geometric proof, right? It's very easy to do once you understand a bit about geometry, then.
Somewhere you have to make the assumption that either verticals are parallel or horizontals are parallel to each other. And you can use cherry picking to bring in this definition of horizontal as, let's see, what was it again? Horizontal is
straight line
parallel to the plane of
the horizon. That's a mathematical
that
definition, that X. From mathematics.
But it's a local
definition. It doesn't mention anything about local. It does say horizontal within mathematics has a zero slope. And in order to have a slope, as you would know, it needs to be a line. Doesn't it? In order for you to work out a slope. And within mathematics, a horizontal has zero slope. And it's a line that goes across the page left to right. With zero slope.
But a hump has a hill has a local slope at every position. But they aren't all the same.
Sorry, a hill has a slope
at every position, but they almost certainly aren't the same.
What sort of slope do you have everywhere at the peak?
Okay, the very, very tippy top doesn't have a slope, or the slope is zero or whatever. But on the hill, the slope, or the hill up to the top.
You do realise you did just say at every position and then you took that back, like a barking cat.
I think the slope of the horizontal is zero, so I think it still works.
Yeah, that's what I said. Is a horizontal has zero slope.
Okay, so the hill has a slope at every position. Just isn't always one that a ball would roll down.
So balls would roll down, would they?
Not if you place it very carefully at the very top.
Do you think you could get a ball to roll on a horizontal?
Sure, just kick it.
With zero slope.
Started off on a ramp. Roll
a horizontal on a ramp?
No, a ramp on the horizontal.
So not horizontal.
And build a ramp on it.
Yeah. Put a line with an incline on it, some sort of a slope.
No?
Yeah. You know, some people have said that there is a slope to a horizontal. Well, that's what I was meant to be going over, wasn't it? The dogma. Well, definitely.
You just said there was. You agreed.
There's no slope to a horizontal. I didn't agree to any slope to a horizontal because I know for a fact there is no slope to a horizontal.
Not even 0? Is that not a slope?
0.
No.
Yeah, there's no slope to a horizontal. No slope. 0 slope.
Oh well. I'm pretty sure you recently said there was, but
Nah.
never mind.
It was a load of model afflicted people that have said there is an elevation change to a horizontal.
Well, to an extended
Blue
horizontal.
Marble Science was one of them.
I think almost all globies say that a extended horizontal line is the unclamped half pipe. Remember that? I say that.
The unclamped half pipe.
Yes.
So where's the elevation change on a horizontal then? Where's the highest point on a horizontal?
Between the middle and everywhere else. Its elevation is measured from sea level, and the sea follows the curve of the Earth, or curves with the Earth. Then everywhere you go away from the tangent point, you get further away from the surface.
Mm-hmm. So the elevation change,
the elevation change
happens
yes?
on the ends of the horizontals, right?
It happens all along it.
What the elevation changes happen
Yes.
all along the horizontal.
Well, I don't like talking about horizontal except as a orientation at the center point where it is perpendicular to the vertical. I would call it an extended, or if you measure horizontal and then extend that line outwards, it will only be horizontal at the point where you measured it. Everywhere else
But
it
you
will be
measure
sloping
from
towards
A
the
to
center.
B, surely. If you measure from A
You can
to B,
measure other things than distances.
yeah, for
Well,
a
being
horizontal though,
extremely
you
silly.
would definitely measure from A to B. Now, where would the horizontal be if you were measuring from A to B?
Measuring what from A to B? The distance?
Yeah,
Why are we doing that?
because we want to know how far it is from A to B. Where would the horizontal be on that line?
Wherever you have measured the horizontal with your level or auto level or water level or whatever you use, or by taking 90 degrees to plumb line.
Okay, I just
Oh, that didn't work. Turn up. You broke off. You just wanted something, but I don't think you got there.
No?
Thank you, Gords. Gords is handing out memberships.
Huh?
All right.
Yeah.
am I back?
We can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, I would just like to say that you said that you weren't comfortable with whatever it was that you weren't comfortable. Just so you know, reality doesn't give a shit if you're comfortable with anything. So reality is reality, and there's nothing you can fucking do to change it.
Yeah, but communication requires an understanding of how the words are being used. And since you flirfs are
Sorry,
doing
who?
their best to
Who are you talking
Yeah, we're
to?
not-
Look,
we're
there
not
is
flirting.
none in here. X. 0. None.
the people who insist that all verticals are parallel to each other.
And who's
go in
that?
the same category as
that?
flat earthers. That's you.
What? You're the one that's been saying that you brought the AE map. That's you. You brought that in here. You brought that in here and then said on my map, north-south is parallel to east-west.
Yeah, and you are being extremely silly in refusing to accept that or even go to Wikipedia.
I'm not accepting
and look at it.
north,
look at
south,
it.
and east and west being parallel. It's fucking moronic. I don't know how you can even have the nerve to say that.
You are a very silly person. Very, very silly.
And why?
But I think I might have had enough of your silliness for one day. I will definitely
That's a good idea.
at that video that you claim says that
As Bob says. Listen
Bob
to it.
said, yeah.
Yeah, wait until
He measured
you
out-
hear Bob say it for himself.
Well, that would be very interesting. I wonder what I. Oh, here we have his smiling face. He's gritting his teeth. I mean, he's probably listening to you.
Bob. That's Bob trying to smile. He was practicing. He's
Yeah.
like a robot. He doesn't know how to.
I'm
He's
at
getting
44
people to-
minutes. I'm at 44 minutes and 47 seconds,
Yeah.
and he looks sort of in pain.
He's trying to smile.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cut him a break. He's not used to it. He just downloaded the new program.
Program?
Yeah. Learning how to
The
smile.
Oh, that. Oh.
Yeah.
Uh,
I think he's
I
still
think
practicing
he knows
it
how to
nowadays.
smile, but it's hard when you see your nonsense.
Faces like Bob, you mean? It's hard when you see faces like Bob trying to...
No,
Smile.
your nonsense.
am I
the,
even in that video? Do I?
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Well, unless you have something else to bring up or ask about, I think I might be taking a break
Thank you.
and looking at Bob.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for coming in. Model
Yeah.
Affliction Monday. I don't know anybody any more model afflicted than you, Hex.
You should try looking in the mirror.
That was great.
But sorry.
Yeah.
I
was well
wonder where I have this Discord.
On your computer.
Yeah, somewhere.
Oh, you're looking to try and get rid of it. He's trying to leave.
I'm trying to break the break the record of the most tabs open at once. And
Trying to
that's hard
find
find.
Discord so you can leave the room.
Yeah.
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 I tell you
Yeah.
what, Hex, you just go quiet and we'll pretend you've left, and eventually you just slide out of the room like you left ages ago, right?
Yeah.
I already muted him.
Really? Oh.
I can't take
That's
any of
okay.
that.
I already muted Turn Up.
Hey, fuck you, Rob.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, thanks for coming, and I think that's sort of let everybody know that model affliction. I mean, it's good that we get somebody to come round and express the
It
model
runs
affliction.
rampant in Discord.
The show, so you get to show off your model affliction, yeah.
That was absolutely amazing to listen to. I couldn't bear it if I were to have overtalked or interjected in that one. That was fantastic.
Thank you. He's one of the best. But like, and I don't pay. Can we just get that right, Hex? I don't pay you to come and say any of that stupid shit that you've done. You do that all of your own accord, don't you?
Yeah, I can't come in to see the stupid shit you say.
Right, thank you.
I think I must have you open in YouTube as well, because I turned off my sound, and I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I turned off my sound and I can still hear you.
Yeah, you must have another tab open with the YouTube window. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Always have the YouTube tab open as well whenever you're in Discord. Got to get those numbers up. Right, we're going to go over. There's an FE Dogma video, so it's another flat earther. He's done a video. I only just found it. I only brought it to my attention the other day. Spot On did that. And he's gone over. Like it, he's not here. But Saragaki will like this. He went over blue and the LIGO. And I think he's drawn the elevation profiles of both of the arms in the picture.
Oh no! Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Oops.
I meant to go over it tonight for Model Affliction, but I mean, it makes more sense to do it on Logic Night, really, doesn't it? I think Surveyor's Logic.
Lines.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So yeah, that's what we're going to be going over tomorrow. We're going to be going over an elevation profile of the LIGO as purported by Blue and the Earthworks.
I just would like to say real quick, Hex, while you're still here, thank you so much for this one. I'm going to be literally sending the recording of this conversation to everybody I know. This is absolutely amazing. Thank you for being here tonight.
Yeah.
It was entertaining for me. Entertainment for free.
Yeah,
it would be nice.
Do you know what?
Nice if you could answer some questions every once in a while, but
yeah. Do you know what a straight line is, Hex?
I think
it's a serious question. It is a serious question. Somebody from the chat's asked it.
Well, if you don't start mixing in bent space-time, it's the shortest distance between 2 points, I guess. Not according to Bob, according to you.
Okay.
What?
So you go with my definition of a straight line and not Bob's definition of a straight line, then?
Yeah, as well, I haven't seen Bob's yet, but as I say, as long as you leave vertical and horizontal out of it, you tend to make a little bit of sense.
What? Vertical and horizontal are the sense.
Not the way you.
They're the fundamentals. They're literally the baselines of what you start with. The vertical and the horizontal.
Yeah, but then you go off the rail.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Rob, are you hearing this?
Yeah, man, it's gold.
You can't exclude the fundamental baseline and then go, oh no, it's garbage from here. Why are we starting with that baseline? Shouldn't the baseline be garbage? Why is the baseline good and whatever's else after it garbage?
I thought you were saying that, or Bev was saying that straight line was the base that everything built on, and definition of perpendicular.
Okay, so can a straight line be horizontal?
At
Can
a point, yes.
a straight line be horizontal? Okay, now can a straight line also be vertical?
Yes.
Okay, so how about diagonal?
Yes.
Okay,
And the
that's
same
that's it.
straight line
No,
can
no,
be
no,
all
no,
three,
no,
depending on
that's
where you
it.
view it from.
That's all there is. That's all there is. There's the
Yeah.
horizontal, there's the vertical, and there's maybe the diagonal if you're using it, which I don't know when the fuck you're going to use that, but
Yeah, and the same line can be all three, depending on where you view it from.
the
Or
same
imagine it from.
line. Okay, so you
Yes.
just said one line can become three lines?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Depends on where you
Especially
view
when
it
you're
from.
talking about vertical, horizontal, and diagonal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can
but
I just ask real quick, like, do you think that when you're standing up and then you're laying down, right? Do you think in
Yeah.
that process that vertical turns into horizontal?
No. But I
But your
think
head
that
is tilted, right?
if I'm standing and you could see me from wherever you are, which is pretty unlikely, even if Bev is just across the. No, I guess not just across the water. Norway's in between. That you might see. I said I was standing up. You might see me as being horizontal. Not Bev. He's too close. The difference between our
Oh,
as
come
angle
on,
isn't
Hex.
all that great.
You don't really think that, right? That's just like your model dictates that to you. You just got a memo that just said somebody told you to say that stupid shit.
Well, that is what the model does say, but the people who are supporting that model make a lot more sense than the people who are supporting your proclaimed lack of a model.
I would say consensusly more people believe in your model. Not very many smart people understand the reality because, well, you guys are kind of in another fucking place. So I wouldn't really get you to understand.
I didn't say more people.
They
Well, I think that's
literally
true
you
too.
guys living in another fucking world. No wonder
I
you guys
said
can't see the shit that we're talking about. How could you? You're living in a
I,
fucking other world. A
I
whole brand
said
new world that you guys created all for yourselves.
what I said was that the people who are defending the globe model
You?
make
Like
sense
you.
and
You!
understand both the globe model and the flat Earth model, whereas you make very little sense and completely misunderstand or misrepresent the globe model
You're,
and
Let me
dude.
let,
refuse to
hold on.
accept that
Let
you
me let you
have
in on
a
a little secret, okay? Let me let you in on a little secret. And you probably don't know this secret. That's why I'm gonna let you know.
trolls.
You could be the top fucking glober, okay? And guess what? You're still, don't ever say it again because it's the most untrue statement you've ever said in your life. You will never, ever fully understand the globe. You will never, ever fully understand flat Earth. Why? Because they're conceptions. They're not reality. They're not meant for you to know. Reality is here for you to know. It's all around you. All you got to do is play with it. That's what we do here.
Okay.
We play with
And the
reality.
see, the globe models appears to describe reality much better than the blurf lack of
All
a
I
model.
hear you saying is globe. If you would say reality, because that's where we are. We're not on a globe. We're in reality. A globe is
Well,
a model.
then
Okay?
we
Do we
would
live on a model, Hex?
then we would both be agreeing that we accept reality.
Do
But
we live
we
on a
wouldn't
model?
be, because only one of us accepts anything close to reality. The other
Dead
one
right.
is
The other one says a
model
load of
affliction.
stupid shit.
The others.
You can't live on a model. You can't. It's
No,
impossible.
but you can use a model to describe the thing you live on.
Okay, now
And
here's
the
the
geode,
question. Okay,
as I
Geode.
how do you
understand it,
have a model? How do you have a
Well-
model if you have never fucking seen the whole thing with your eyes to make a fucking model? Duh.
because I've read a lot about
Okay,
the
reading
Earth, and I've
is
seen
not
pictures of it from
seeing.
space, and
No. You're misunderstanding, okay? If you want to know that you are in fact on a rotating globular Earth floating in the fucking space-time fabric or whatever the fuck they call it nowadays, you need to get off your fucking ass, get some money together, go in a fucking rocket ship, and actually leave in order to see with your eyes. They can't be secondary, third, fourth. It has to be primary. If it's not primary, you're fucking doing it wrong.
no,
Yeah, bottom
that
line. If you're
is
not
that
doing it
is a
yourself,
trap.
you're doing it wrong.
If
That's how humanity progresses, sir. You do shit
no,
yourself so that other people can learn how to do that said thing that you've just learned. And repeat and repeat. And look at now we have a whole fucking village that knows how to do carpentry. Why? Because of one dude.
that sounds like what I would say, that society progresses by um, learning things from each other and not insisting on testing everything oneself.
Yes. But
If we had if
cool.
everyone had thought that way, we would still be in the Stone Age, because everyone would have to figure out how to make stone tools themselves.
Yes, but Hex,
Yep.
we live in a time and era where you're not being educated anymore. You're not being taught. You are just being told, and you need to memorize. Memorizing shit
Not at
is not
all. Not at
fucking wrong.
all.
Okay, experiment and experience is what the kids need, not to be told and just take our word for it.
And
No.
that is what they get if they get a proper education.
So
Unfortunately,
it's
not
not.
schools give that, and a lot of people drop out of school after the obligatory parts, or even sometimes before that, and so they don't go on and
Sir,
learn science, for
if,
instance, or
sir, if education was as important as you fucking telling me it would be free.
sorry.
You would want people to learn. You wouldn't want people to run away because they got to pay $11,000 to go and fucking learn something that they may or may not get a fucking job for.
Using that reasoning, shouldn't food be free? Because that is
Absolutely.
Yes,
even
it
more
should.
important.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Food is very important.
Mhm.
Yes. Food, water, and shelter. Those three things I think should be abundantly free. If you want to work your ass off and go pay for anything else, you fucking be my guest.
Okay,
Don't leave the whole fucking world to it.
that sounds like a reasonable opinion, but let me rephrase that. According to your thinking, food must not be very important since it isn't free.
Yeah, but did I put the price on food? Nope.
Did you put the price on education?
Nope. Because if I
No?
did, it would be free, motherfucker.
Okay, well, I think that
Why would I
is.
want people to pay money to just go and do something that they're just naturally supposed to fucking do?
I don't know.
That's
Where do you live?
bro, I'm a dad, okay? I'm not really a dad, but I'm using this as an example. I'm a
Okay.
dad, right? I take care of my kids. You're
Well,
supposed to, dumb motherfucker. They're your
yeah.
kid, right?
What part
Education's
of
the same way. It's your education.
approximately what part of the world do you live in?
I live in Canada.
Okay. I don't know too much about conditions there, but over
Conditions in
here,
Canada are
education is pretty much free. You need to buy school books, and of course, you have to live somewhere and
great.
get
Hey,
food
you
while
get what you
you
pay for.
learn. But sorry.
I say you get what you pay for. So if you
Yeah.
ain't paying, you probably ain't getting much.
I think education here is pretty good. I haven't compared it to anywhere else, but
Get what you pay for.
I don't think so. But how does that match the claim? I forget who made it a while back that education should be free.
Well, education should be free. Okay, and
But
I
wouldn't that
made that claim.
make
And,
it worthless if you get what you
uh,
pay for?
what? No, if
This comes
education was
from a
free,
person learning something and teaching it to someone else, right? If knowledge and
right?
understanding is important, it should be free. There shouldn't be a price tag on understanding. It shouldn't be an upper
Well,
Exactly.
echelon of people dictating to you what you should know. It should
yeah.
be, what's it called, cooperative
Yeah,
endeavor,
it's a collective, right?
free
It's like
for
that thing that I
everyone.
always say, Hex, I have this saying that I always say, okay? And I want you to hear it.
Oh,
Regardless of what you fucking think of in this world, okay? Whether you're a glober, flat earther, I don't give a shit what fucking earther you are, okay?
yeah.
Every single one of you in this Discord and in the world has a piece of the puzzle that I need. I don't care what your views are. I just need the piece of the puzzle. So if I need to have a little bit of a chat with you and figure out what the hell that piece of puzzle is, that's what I got to do. Not just a few people or favoritism, everyone. Because if I don't go through everyone, the whole picture will never be complete.
Okay, that's an interesting thought. But
We're about here in this Discord, we're about learning together because
mhm.
that is what it's for. We can learn individually and be absolutely wickedly strong. But when there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we got 6 people in here right now. When there's 6 people learning together, that's way fucking more powerful, my friend.
Well, I haven't seen much learning going on this channel. It seems to me they're just going around in circles,
You're
talking
telling me
about
in the last
Euclid.
5 minutes or so that you haven't learned anything?
What? Sorry?
Are you saying in the last 10 minutes or so of me talking to you, you haven't learned anything?
I'd have to think that through when I'm less tired. I wasn't talking about me. I was talking about the regulars, Ev specifically. I have trouble with names, and I don't not even very good at recognizing voices, so I'm not sure who
All
says
right. Well, my
what
name is
most of the
Rob.
time.
I'm the resident
Hi.
flat earther, and I have learned a shit ton here. Thanks, Bev.
Anytime, Rob.
I
Now, did you notice that? Did you notice that Rob said a specific certain thing that we allow only Rob to say? He said he is our resident flat earther.
Oh,
We're not,
that.
right? We're not flat earthers. Rob is. We're not. Is Rob still allowed to come in and chat and hang out with us? Fuck yeah, he is. You know why? Because that guy does a really good job on brakes.
There's brake pads for long enough. He should be able to do whatever he wants. Now, anybody can come in here, Hex. I mean, we allow you to come in here, don't we?
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, what's up with that? I mean, you don't half say some stupid shit. And we've been really deciding whether it is a good idea to have people so model afflicted express their model affliction like this. We don't know whether it might encourage other people. We've got to think of the kids, haven't we?
Yeah, I think seeing how you avoid answering serious questions might scare people away from flat earthism. The thing is,
yeah, I hope we scare people away from flat earthism. It's fucking ridiculous, Hex.
Bev, you kind of brought me over to flat earth, I'll be honest. It was really you who inspired me, but whatever.
Your claims that all verticals are parallel with each other.
Who's made that claim?
You have.
Well, I'd say that all horizontals are parallel. I'm just guessing that you make the geometric link to the vertical, right? But I say personally, sure. I say all horizontals are parallel to each other.
And then you say that all verticals, all perpendiculars to a horizontal are vertical, or was it vice versa?
All perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel.
Yeah, but perpendiculars to a plane are not necessarily all vertical.
Yeah, but you're like on your model, you don't have a horizontal plane, so don't be worried about it. Horizontal planes only exist in reality, not on your model. You don't have any.
I'm fucking laughing.
They only exist. Let's see, in your model.
In reality, I use horizontal planes. Right? I have done that. So I know that horizontal planes definitely exist in reality. But I also know that they do not exist on your model. I'm presuming that you do have a globe model.
Yeah.
That's your model, right? Even though you bring the flat earth maps in and all of that.
Yeah, Hex.
That's why I say that you have to be a flat earther, because, or at least you would be if you thought things through. Because your claim that
I would be a flat earther if I think things through. Are you sure?
If you think your beliefs,
you think it's a sensible conclusion for somebody to come to after a thought process.
All verticals and or horizontals being parallel really requires the Earth to be flat-ish.
No,
because otherwise we would fall off. If the Earth was a globe,
fall
universal. If the Earth was a globe,
where would be the position we fall off? Where's that?
Fall off what?
About 45 degrees north.
What, 45 degrees north? Off? Like northeast or northeast?
Sorry, it depends on which direction
northwest
down was. If down was a universal direction, the same everywhere, and the Earth was a globe, then it would have a top, and only the people.
Give us another couple more assumptions. Go on, pile them up.
Definitely model afflicted.
Yeah, he's definitely model afflicted.
And conversely, if gravity is a real thing and the Earth is flat-ish, then it would be crunched up into a ball and it would no longer be flat. And even if it somehow didn't do that, the further you got from the center, the more the flat Earth would slope, and so people near the edges would slide in towards the center. Or the unclamped.
Oh, draw us a picture of that, please. Go on, draw us a picture of that.
You've seen the unclamped half pipe with the ape on a skateboard.
Sounds like you might need a 10-year-old's drawing of it. Can you get a 10-year-old? Can you explain what you've just said to a 10-year-old and get them to draw it for us, please?
You've had.
I might have to get this
on
clipped out and come back and.
Your Discord. You've had this picture of the unclamped half pipe with the ape on a skateboard with your level on.
Blues
on your shoulder.
You don't mean that thing that Blue did?
Oh, but
yeah,
it might have been him.
Blues.
Yep.
Blue. Wow.
That's.
Everybody, if you want to go and look into the unclamped half pipe, Blue Marble Science, as recommended by Hex. Is that one of the best ones that you've got, Hex? Or do you have a better one than that? The unclamped half pipe hump.
Well, it's a fun thing since you won't listen to
internal horizontal tangent chord plane of Blue Marble Science.
Anyways, then it's something that both we and you can find funny. Watch, get humor out of it from opposite directions.
Oh, we've been doing nothing for the last 2 years but laughing. You want a comedy routine? Then, yeah, I think we've got that one pretty much done. People won't be able to see it. The paralogisms, they might laugh for a bit, but then they'll, I don't know, probably go away and start crying.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. They're talking about me.
I'd like to say thanks, Hex. A lot of people aren't aware what some of the conclusions that the globe must have to come to, right?
Yeah.
Acceptable paradoxes and all of that.
I don't think there are any paradoxes. The paradoxes are all in your mind, since you misrepresent the globe every chance you get.
Right, so you don't have any acceptable paradoxes then? You don't have to deal with paradoxes, do you not?
I can't think of any. If you... I'm not sure which ones you're talking about, except I could guess.
Well, we'll start compiling them. We are going to go into
drop, hump. And
we're going into the fallacies of with the trivium. So that's where we're going into.
Keep asking whether there's a hump or a drop.
I don't keep asking that. There is neither, right? I just keep asking Globers what they imagine, because it's your paradox, not mine.
It's not a paradox. They're both similes or metaphors. What they both are is just the curve of the globe Earth.
Mm-hmm. And you can't make your mind up whether it's a hump or a drop.
The surface. If you have a perfectly spherical Earth, we'll ignore the topology for the sake of the argument. Then there's no elevation change on the surface.
Yeah, just ignore
what you get is
it's because it's a 2D surface, isn't it? That you're imagining. With no topology, right? You're imagining a 2D surface, are you?
It's a 3D object.
Yeah.
There are no.
So it can't be a 2D surface then, right?
2D surfaces, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that you're at odds with some of the other guys. You guys need to get together. The council needs to have a review. You've gone rogue.
but it's just, as I say, it's just the curve of the Earth. If you are looking horizontally and out into the distance, your horizontal line of sight will be rising up, even though it doesn't curve.
There's no slope.
And so it will have
It
a
can't
higher
rise up
elevation.
with a zero
And-
slope, can it?
Yes, you can.
You
Well,
what?
it's
You
not
can
zero
rise up without a
It
slope.
slopes. Sorry, it slopes, but it doesn't.
It
doesn't
can't
curve.
slope. You're going against mathematics. A horizontal is a line with zero slope. In
Yes,
mathematics.
but it's only horizontal at the center or at the point.
No. In mathematics, it has to be a line to have slope. You're going against mathematics again. You're denying mathematics. Hex.
Is a line.
Hex, are you denying mathematics on a basic conceptual level?
Your extended horizontal is a line, but the slope varies with.
There's no slope.
Distance from the
It
center.
doesn't vary from zero. It is zero all the way along.
No, it isn't.
Unfortunately, within mathematics, yes, that's what a horizontal is. A zero slope line.
Yeah, but you can't have that.
Parallel to the plane of the horizon.
In reality, on the globe, you can only have
Hang on.
at a point.
Hey, Bev,
Mm-hmm.
that horizontal line that's 0, 0, 0,
Yeah.
it's 0,
All of
point
them.
0, and 0, and you could probably put like an infinite number of zeros after that 0.0.
Yeah.
As soon as you add a 1 in there somewhere, it's no longer horizontal.
Dead right. And that goes for any horizontal, anywhere.
That's what I've been saying. It's only horizontal
That's coming from the flat earther.
Yeah, or anywhere along the horizontal too.
From the flat earther.
It's only horizontal at the.
It's horizontal. It's only
measured.
horizontal everywhere along the horizontal.
Can I just
It's
clarify?
not a horizontal line. It's a line that has been extended horizontally or from the horizontal.
It can be extended,
yeah.
yes.
But let me just clarify. Bev started this particular point, right, by saying there cannot be a horizontal plane on the globe. And then now, Hex, you have restated the same thing. There cannot be that thing on the globe model, right? So we're in agreement. They exist only in reality, not in your model.
No. They exist
Wow,
only
that was
in the mind of the model afflicted. Earths.
Yeah, it only exists in the mind of the model afflicted, right?
Earths.
No.
You guys.
Only in reality. That's the point.
No. Not in reality, only in your minds.
There you go.
Well, I'll be leaving. I think I'm just going to have to close down all the windows so that.
Yeah, I just power your PC off. That would be the best way to do it. Just shut it down and walk away from it. Pretend this never happened. I like that. Horizontal.
Oh, you're still there.
Horizontal planes only exist in reality, not on the globe model.
That's what he said.
That's it.
Vice versa.
Yep.
Only on the flat Earth, not in reality.
No, just in reality is the only place that horizontal planes exist, right? You can't even make them exist in your mind. That's how scary your model is. You'd have to drop your membership, I think, to have horizontal planes. I'm going to write that down on the board.
My Lord, I am literally amazed at this evening. I can't express.
Well, I sure the fuck can. This guy's a fucking train wreck. Oh,
Yeah,
he's
it is
gone.
Model Affliction Monday, right? That's the best model Affliction Monday I've ever witnessed, and I've been here a while.
Yeah. Well, like I say, you'd think I pay that man to come in,
Yeah.
right? But literally, it's like Logos. He comes in and just says the most stupid shit, but it's required.
Yeah, he even said so himself. Yeah, the model dictates this. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's what we've got to look forward to, exposing more model affliction. I mean, we don't just come up with this stuff overnight. We've been talking to these people for 3-4 years now. It's getting on. I've been talking to trolls, but I've been more interested in talking to the trolls. But along the way, you meet some trolls that are seriously model afflicted. Most of the trolls are just trolls to either get you riled up or get you angry, to just sort of confuse you and watch you. I don't know, try and justify whatever they say. It gets strange, but them people like Hex, and there's people in between, some trolls that are also model afflicted. But Hex is just purely, he doesn't really seem to be trolling. He doesn't have that nastiness about that most of the trolls have. He's purely model afflicted.
He has accepted the paralogism, the title of your video. He has accepted it full on, doesn't see it, and it's the truth. That's why it's pure model affliction. It was absolutely amazing to listen. I have never heard anyone say as ridiculous kind of stuff as I've heard Hex say tonight. I'm amazed.
I might have said something more ridiculous the other day.
What
Yeah,
about
when
the
you said,
rising horizon?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the rectangle with the 3 different slopes along one of the sides.
No, I said that.
That was pretty ridiculous too. Yeah, I agree. Was that model affliction speaking then?
I said that if there were 2 guys on 2 equal height mountaintops, 8 miles apart, they would both be looking down at each other.
A double drop.
That's in the top 10, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty bad, isn't it? Looking horizontally down at each other.
So how does that work? I posted an infographic with a photograph in the chat there. I stood on a 53-foot high hill and I looked down at the top of a 187-foot tall building, and I'm relatively confident that were I to be standing on the building and looking back at myself, I would be looking down at that too, right?
When you say down, what's it in reference to?
Well, if you'll reference the diagram I posted a link to, I used a water surface to make a horizontal plane which I could sight out into the distance.
Dark Shark. Did you take a water level up a hill or up a building?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Did you see the picture?
No.
Can you, or shall I describe it?
Yeah, go on. I'm not clicking links. Somebody else can click a link and post a picture if you can.
Okay, it's just a JPEG on.
There you go.
I got you, Bev.
A double tripod water level up on a mountain or up a hill.
Right, so that would establish horizontal, right?
The water level is
Yes,
a tool for establishing a horizontal, yes.
Okay, so should I
Local.
cite
Right, it's a
across
local.
that?
It's a tool for local. This is one of the things. You know where when people say local, well, this is what they mean, I think. Right? Can you see the two ends of the water level?
Yes.
Right. Well, local, those 2 points, one at each end, those are the bits that are horizontal. Those two ends of the water level, locally. Right? How far's local as far as when you're referring to those points of at the ends of each of the water level? Where do you think local is to those?
So would that local horizontal be parallel to a local horizontal set up 20 miles away?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Absolutely. All horizontals are parallel.
Okay, so then what's the difference between the one
You
guy's
look,
local?
you look like you're
Hang on, you're
sighting
trying to
over the
look.
top of
You're
it.
trying to cite 20 miles.
Yeah.
That's not
The
going to
only
happen.
difference would be elevation. If you are on the same or a different horizontal plane. That's the only difference. Because otherwise it would be the same horizontal planes. You need two different ones, differing by elevation, to have two parallel ones. So yes.
So if there was another guy on the other side by the building on the ground there, with his red water at the exact same elevation.
No, you'd
at
have to
sea
have
level.
one tube, two ends.
Why
Then
does
you
it make
could
a
be
difference?
absolute. What?
Well, if they're parallel
No.
and they're at the same height, then it should be the same horizontal plane, right?
Sorry.
If you have two water levels at the very exact elevation, right?
That's what I was just going to say, Saragaki.
How would you know that they're at the same elevation?
Yeah,
wouldn't.
You wouldn't. No.
Well,
No.
what if
So
they're
that's why
Theoretically.
you just extend the tube, right? If you want to check what you're talking about, you just make the tube longer. Right? Then you can be absolutely certain that they are at the same elevation, right? Because the water would show you what happens. And then if you look, I don't know why you'd want to do that, because you could just go to each end and know that they're at the same elevation. But you can look at one from the other, and if it showed you that they weren't at the same elevation, what would your conclusion be?
Well, I just don't understand why they wouldn't.
What conclusion could you come to?
Be at the same plane if the horizontal planes are all parallel, and they're even in this case at the same height. I don't know why they wouldn't be the same.
How would you know that they're at the same height?
That's what he's saying, right?
Run a dipstick down to that lake.
A dipstick?
A dipstick, yeah.
A what?
You know,
a dipstick?
Tape measure. A tape measure. Look, there's water.
Is that what you call tape measures? Dipsticks?
Come on,
Are you saying you already don't know that the level of the water in the entire tube would be at the equal elevation? Do you not already know that?
You can't be a mechanic.
I know how to run a dipstick.
Know that is how a water level works. Like that is the purpose of the tool, is to establish a horizontal. What Bev was trying to say about local is that the line between those two ends is a horizontal line. Yeah, that's what local means in this case, the water level. Both of the surfaces in that same tube, yeah, is at the same level. That's the point of the tool. That's how you know. So what's your question again? You don't already know this basics.
So are we saying then that the horizontal plane is not flat or straight? That the line wouldn't be straight that went along that plane?
It's straight, of course. Shortest distance between 2 points is always straight.
I am a mechanic.
Do you know how to adjust the wobulator valve?
What?
Horizontal line.
So if there was another guy in a water tube level, just like the first one, just mirrored its
Oh,
exact
wait,
same height,
another guy in a water tube.
but on the other shore,
Two different water levels. Not can you imagine this? With just one tube. How long would you need to make that tube in order for you to get the results that you want? Now, do you want it to be sloping downwards from each end?
I just want to understand why.
Or would you be
This
looking
little
for a
guy
hump
has
in
to-
the middle?
Why the little guy has to look down to see something that's above him.
Does he look down or does he look up?
He has to look down to see the top of that building. If you look in the right bottom corner of the picture, the entire building appears entirely below the red water level.
So
You
how
need
far's
to learn
that? 20
perspective.
miles, is it? How far is it?
Yeah, 21.2 miles.
Okay, right. So let's imagine that's a canal, right, with a water level from one end to the other. Now, a guy standing at one end, would he look down to the water level at the other end?
Yeah, if he's above
Okay.
the water level, then he would look down.
That's
Unless
drop one then. So it would drop down over distance from A to B.
Well, because he's higher than it is.
Okay, now the
He
guy
doesn't
at
need any distance.
B, does he look down to the other end?
To the other guy's eyes, or to the water level at the sea level at the other guy's feet?
Well, it's a canal,
Okay,
so
the canal level.
it's both at the same level, right?
If you're looking at something which is below your eyes, you will be looking down to it.
Okay, right, yeah, okay. So you're in a dinghy on the water. You're at one end and I'm at the other end. We're both on the same stretch of water, right? Are you with me?
Yep.
Now, the water level at your end, is it the same as the water level at my end? I.e., it neither higher nor lower.
Assuming it's a stationary canal, yeah.
Okay.
Essentially.
Now, we're going to draw a straight line, shortest distance, from where you are to where I am. Right? That line would have zero slope on it, wouldn't it?
That's the problem.
What problem? That you
When
can't
I
answer that. Does that line have a slope to it?
When I go out and measure, it does have a slope to it.
Okay, right. So which way
Then
does
it's not
it slope?
horizontal.
Which way does it slope? From A or B? Which ones? Because they're both A is, well, they're at the same height, right? Neither higher nor lower. So where's the slope?
That's what I'm asking you.
There's no slope. It's horizontal.
But the angle is there.
What angle?
It is a negative slope from the view of the observer.
So the horizontal, down from the horizontal. You're saying
Visual-
the
visual
horizontal
angle, Bev.
is down from the horizontal.
I think he's answering his own question
Yeah.
earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, he
when
doesn't
you said
understand perspective.
you are looking down, right? You're higher up than the water. The water is horizontal, straight line. You're above it. Yeah, looking down from whatever many feet above the water surface to the other end. So you are looking down, but the water is horizontal. Do you see the difference?
Well, I understand that in case the target I'm looking at is actually below me, but the question is...
It is. It
how
is.
come
You're above it.
I'm
You're
above the
sitting on
100.
top of the water and looking. Yeah, you are above the water. You don't have your eye in the water.
But
You're
in this,
sitting in the thingy. You're above it. You're looking across. You're literally looking down to the other end because the water is horizontal.
but when I go measure reality, I'm looking up to the top of a 187-foot tall building, which is not below me.
Yeah,
yet-
good job.
But I'm looking down to it. I have to look
Looking
down
down.
to something that's above me.
Looking down to something that is above you. How does that work?
That's what I'm asking you. I'm just telling you.
That's ridiculous.
I'm
So
just-
you're gonna have to explain your claim,
You're
back
gonna
it
have to
somehow.
give us a better picture of what you're looking at with your eyeballs 20 miles away. Maybe a picture or something in the live chat. That might help. But you just telling us what you're doing isn't helping.
Did you see the picture in the live chat?
With the two water levels establishing a
The picture you
plains on top
posted
of
with the dude
a
on
hill.
top of a mountain.
That's a 53-foot high hill. It's not a mountain. It's a 53-foot high
Yeah,
hill.
that's a cartoon number
And
one.
and what is the dude looking at? And do we see what he's looking at
In
far
the
away
right-
in the distance in the
There'll
north?
be another guy
field?
like that with another little thing on a hill over there on the other side. Stickman
Yeah, you see
looking
that-
at Stickman.
In the right bottom corner, you see the building.
See that sea level where it says? Like, what shape's that?
How should I know? I'm
I
asking
don't know.
you.
Is it your picture?
I drew the sketch.
Okay, so when it says sea level there, is that got a curve to it, or have you drawn it as a straight line?
Well, I've not shown a particular curve because I have no way of
So no curve to
representing the-
sea level.
So
So that level there you've got as a horizontal stretch of water, right? Would that be parallel to the water level that you've got there?
well, it depends if horizontal or if all perpendiculars are, or if all verticals are parallel.
What if the water is level? Depends on verticals. Are you sure?
If I hung a plumb bob on one spot there, and then if I hung a plumb bob 20 miles at the other end of the scene, would those two plumb bob strings be parallel?
It depends on
say
how you
yes.
draw it into the picture, your cartoon.
If you put like a big massive water level from one end to the other and have a vertical, a plumb bob, right by the side of where your water level is, right? Are you saying, or I would say that the straight line from one end of the water level to the other would establish a horizontal, and providing you hang the plumb bob inside of that horizontal that would be established from there, then yeah, it would be perpendicular to it, wouldn't it?
But would the two plumb bobs 20 miles apart be parallel?
They'd be perpendicular to the same horizontal, yes.
Ah, but how could they when the two local
'Cause you've
horizontals are not
you've
even
just
parallel?
established one horizontal, haven't you?
Yeah, but it wasn't level.
What, the horizontal wasn't level?
Not to where I was looking. How else could a 181 or 87-foot tall building appear below eye level?
So that horizontal would have a
miles.
slope to it.
You're the one calling it a horizontal and says it's, and you're the one that's saying horizontals are all parallel. But you won't answer whether a plumb bob
I've just said, if you have that tube 20 miles long and it has water inside it, providing you hang the plumb bobs inside of that line, then they would both be perpendicular to the same horizontal.
Anywhere inside, or do I have to hang them exactly in the middle?
No, anywhere inside that. You could, like, literally an inch either side of the 20 miles water level. They would both be perpendicular to the same horizontal. Wouldn't they? Wherever you hang those plumb bobs within that bit, they would always be perpendicular to horizontal. Now, in order for you to establish the same horizontal, you have to have a tool that establishes a horizontal. The water level would do that. But you could just as easily do away with the water level and say, wherever you hang a plumb bob, a vertical, it will always be perpendicular to the horizontal. Wherever the horizontal is, at whatever level on the vertical datum you're talking about.
Okay, so let's say I hung a plumb bob over on the right of the picture where the view towers is 20 miles away from the water tube level. Would that plumb bob be perpendicular to the horizontal of the water tube 20 miles away?
The horizontal of the water tube that's 20 miles away. Well,
Yes.
like I say, you'd have to establish the horizontal over that distance, right? That's the idea of the local. You need to establish a local horizontal to be able to get a plumb bob locally to it. You can't start referring something 20 miles away to something here and a vertical here to a horizontal 20 miles away. That's ridiculous. People don't work like that.
Why won't you answer whether or not two plumb bobs 20 miles apart will be parallel to each other?
How do you check it?
Haven't I just
How do you
said,
check it?
if you establish a horizontal all the way across that distance, right? Like there's a canal near me here, 27 miles it goes. Now, if I hang a plumb bob anywhere along that canal, I can walk along the side of the canal. There's no locks on it. So it's all one stretch of canal. And I can hold a plumb bob anywhere I want on that canal at any point. And it will always be perpendicular to the surface of the water.
Well, I realize that. The plumb bob will be perpendicular to the local level wherever the plumb bob is located, but that's not the question I'm answering, and I suspect you know it.
The entire 27-mile stretch of canal is the local.
Anywhere perpendicular to it. Plumb bob.
Perpendicular is the relationship of the straight lines, or in this case, the straight line to the plane, plane to the line, yeah. It's not about a point, it's about the lines relationship, angular relationship to each other. And the line is 27 miles long. Anywhere along the line, draw up a perpendicular, it will be perpendicular, meaning parallel to all the other perpendiculars. All along that straight line, the entire way. Which you just said, you already know this.
But the problem is, observable reality seems to disagree with
You even
My model
drew sea
dictates
level
is
on
the
there as
problem.
a straight line. On your picture. That's your paralogism, right? You can't see it, can you? You always draw straight lines. But in your mind, you're thinking something different.
I could have drawn them any way I wanted. If the picture was just to illustrate my setup. Do you get that? Just so you knew kind of what I was doing and how I arrived at what I was doing.
Yeah, it's strange you took so long because we've been doing loads of water level tests, like proper ones, not little joke ones. Slice Bar Kane took a water level test up a mountain to do the dark shark stupidity sort of thing. Is that your water level? Is that the one that we saw, that we keep seeing pictured all over the place with the red fluid in it?
Oh, Lots of people use red fluid. I'm just one of them. I don't know what you've seen.
Uh-huh. I think it's the original Dark Shark, because we do have a little bit of a joke here that like a water level isn't a sighting. It's not an optical instrument. Not like a poor man's theodolite auto
Yeah, no.
level.
Give me a second. Kev.
Why
So
can't you
if
use a water
if I,
level?
no, hang on. Give me a second. A water level makes a straight line like 5 feet long, right? I could draw the 2 points on a wall, right? Of the water level. I could put each point, I could put a marker on the wall. And then I walk like 10 feet, put another mark. I know that mark is the same straight line. When do you think that straight line stops being a straight line and turns into a curve?
You
100
mean
meters, 200 meters, 20 miles. Like,
you
where
mean
does your curve come from? Because I don't have one.
I'm just saying
That water level makes a straight line, right?
that's what you guys are saying.
Have you ever used a water level? Do you understand the idea or the concept
You
of
said it was
the
horizontal.
law of...
Don't do that.
Yeah.
He's already said it's a horizontal. It's a tool that establishes a horizontal. Do you think a horizontal is a straight line?
Well, I just asked you if it could curve, and it seemed you said no, that a
Horizontal
plane did
planes
not curve.
do not curve. No,
Oh, okay. So then a straight line on a horizontal plane would have to not curve too.
absolutely. So that's what a water level does. Do you agree, or are you going to do a mulligan?
I'm just telling you, I sight across this water level, and an entire 187-foot building appears below eye level.
Uh-huh. So that's below. Do you realize? Do you know how to do surveying? How they measure elevation changes?
Well, I mean, there's different ways that they've used over the years.
Uh-huh. Does it involve slope? Rise over run?
Some of them do. Sometimes they just take a long rubber tube and they fill it up with water and they mark it off 100 feet at a time, and they measure the elevation change from one point to another point based on the water levels in the ends of that tube.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And there's no slope to that water level, right? Ever. Where each end will always be neither higher nor lower than the other end. Because if there is a higher or lower, then that would be the water would flow and equalize to make it the same, wouldn't it?
Well, that still doesn't explain. I mean, we can be as eloquently as we want about various ideas and theories, but at the end of the day, this poor little guy has to look down to something that's above him.
You're a poor little stick man.
Yeah, him. I haven't fed him.
Yeah, he looks poor little man. Look at what you've given him. You've given him a little fucking dark shark.
I don't know
No
anything
wonder
about
he's
dark.
poor. It's a water level sighting equipment. It's a joke. Because that's not how you use water levels. It's just how the model Afflicted imagine that you use water levels.
So tell me why I can't use it like this. I mean,
Because it's not an optical sighting tool. It's fucking ridiculous. It was a joke. I'll show you even. I'll get the memes for you. Like when we did it was Ruhip. Have you heard of Ruhip?
No, but I mean, I hear you saying mathematically it can't be that way, or whatever. So tell me mathematically, why does my water tube level not work for sighting? Mathematically, tell me, if you might be so kind, sir.
Because it's local, from point to point.
Is there a better way?
What? Is there a better way to what?
To establish a horizontal?
There's definitely no better way than the water. No, I would go out on the limb.
You've always got to do it where you are, right? You do elevation measurements locally, not over 20 miles. That's not how you do elevation. You might do trig with your triangulation over large distances, but once you have set out a baseline, and you also have to make sure the elevation is known of all of those points in order for you to adjust for slope, right? But the elevation is different than the XY.
So that still doesn't explain how the light that shines or reflects off the top of the building somehow gets down below eye level, gets obstructed by the water, the red water, and then gets back up to the observer's eye. I think plumb lines would not be parallel if they were 20 miles apart, and I think that's the one thing you're overlooking. Is that possible? Because I noticed you actually wouldn't answer that one, whether they would be parallel or not. You just answered that it would be hard to tell if they were parallel, but that really doesn't answer the question as to whether
All
you believe they would be.
horizontals are always parallel. Horizontal
did
planes
answer your
are
question.
completely parallel. Look,
Is
here we go.
plumb-
There's the dark shark. There you go.
Is plumb always perpendicular to horizontal?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, yeah. Do you know of any other plums that aren't perpendicular to horizontal? I wouldn't say that there is.
Well, in this case, I used optics to draw a line straight from my eye level straight across level to the same height above sea level 20 miles away, and compared to a plumb, it was not exactly 90 degrees. So this is a case in point of
He
horizontal,
needs a
not...
dark shark.
There you go. There's the dark shark classic. The classic range. Get old school on it. And we do have another one. We have the Solaris version. There you go. Look at that one. Boom.
So are you agreeing then that all plumb lines would be parallel?
Agreeing.
Wait, is that
Oh,
what
bet.
you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Should we
No.
agree with you?
I'm asking you if that's what you're saying.
Did you hear me say that?
No, but you
No.
said that plumb lines were perpendicular to horizontal and that all horizontals
Always.
were parallel.
All horizontals are parallel, yeah.
I think you mean a horizontal is parallel with itself, but not necessarily parallel to a horizontal in another place.
Have you read
Absolutely. No, I
Euclid?
mean, all horizontals are parallel to each other. Always, every time, wherever you are. Pretty much like vertical and horizontal are always perpendicular all the time, wherever you are. Geometry's a brilliant thing. We've been saying for ages, right? Geometric proofs. That's the reason you're having a problem. Because
Euclid.
geometric proofs work and they are actual proofs. Your model doesn't have any of that. You need to make up a new geometry. We helped you out with imaginometry. I don't know whether you'll have heard of that. But I mean, it can help you out. In times of trouble, always look to imaginometry.
So to do that, I would take and divide the height of the building by the distance, feed that into arctan, and that would give me the angle to it, right?
Wow, you're doing trig.
Was that right?
I don't know.
Or
Like,
is that
is that your globe trig, or are you using like a Euclidean triangles with 180 degrees
You don't know about the arctan function?
of the triangle, like a trigonometric?
Yeah, I
function.
keep hearing you saying math proves this, or math shows
Yeah.
this, or math doesn't this. And you don't know about tangent or
Well,
arctangent?
it would be rise over run, right? Right angle
Okay.
triangle, horizontal distance, vertical rise, and then you've got an angle. You're using the tan angle, right? So therefore you're using the trigonometric function.
Okay. So
Opposite over adjacent.
So would it be a positive slope or a negative slope to that 187-foot tall building?
What, like a upwards, right? Horizontal and then vertical rise. You're at one point, are you? At the bottom of the triangle. Is that where the angle is?
Right.
Right. Where's the right angle?
At the foot of the building.
Okay, so in the distance, right?
Right.
So you're assuming that that right angle is a vertical at the far end.
Well, if plumb bobs are all parallel or perpendicular to horizontals, horizontals are parallel.
We're just talking about a triangle, right? That you've just made. So the one in the distance where the right angle is, that's a vertical going up the building, and there's a right angle there at the bottom.
Yes.
Right. Now that line that comes to you, your eye, is it?
Yes, the hypotenuse, right?
No, the hypotenuse is from the top of the building to
my
your eye, right? The bit from the bottom of the building to your eye.
Oh.
Where the right angle is. Yeah, that line that comes at right angles to the vertical, what would you call that baseline of the triangle?
Good.
You call that good?
I'm fine with you calling it a baseline. It works for me.
Okay, so being at right angles to a vertical, I would call that a horizontal, because I know how slopes measured rise over run, and the run is horizontal and the rise is vertical.
0.000000000 and more zeros.
You did not look that up. You just made that up.
So you're right with the rise over run for a slope. Now that slope, because you've got horizontal at the bottom, it's going to be a rise, right?
Okay.
That's where the hypotenuse comes from, within that triangle that you've just drawn.
So will it be an upward slope or a downward slope?
It's going to have to be upwards, isn't it? You've just seen it. You've just drawn it. It's a hypotenuse that goes upwards. Okay, geometrically, at least. You know, with what we've just drawn.
How come observable reality shows it a downward slope then?
What, that a downwards from the rise over the run? The vertical goes in the opposite direction.
Do you see the picture? The top of the building appears below the baseline of the triangle, not above the baseline of the triangle.
I don't think I see the picture, no. Where is your picture?
I post it again, or would you like the video that clip was taken from, or that screenshot was taken from?
Who put that picture? Oh, Rob Keane put it. It's only half a picture, isn't it?
It's a crop from a frame grab out of a video.
Right. Yeah, but you're saying something's above, but I mean that looks like a cartoon.
Well,
the bit that Rob posted anyway.
The cartoon just shows the height and positioning of the players. The photo inset in the right bottom corner is the actual photo taken from a screen grab from a crop on a video.
You are asking how perspective works, like really deep down inside.
Well, what path does the light fall? what path does the light follow, according to the laws of perspective, to get from the top of the building, pass through the water tube, the red part of the water
Laws of
tube level?
perspective. What are the laws of perspective? Can you just run us through them? I'm not familiar.
Well, I was asking him because he seems to think that perspective explains what I'm seeing.
Yeah, geometry explains what's actually going on.
Yeah, but geometry says that the
Yeah,
slope
but
should be positive.
And what are the laws of perspective, though?
Well, I think they're the exact same thing, the geometry that we've been talking about. I think the laws of perspective say that the top of the building should appear slightly above me, not below.
What?
But he's got different laws of perspectives that aren't published yet, so I don't know what he uses for laws of perspective.
Something should be above you.
Well, didn't you just tell me that the angle to the top of the building should have been a positive slope? A slight positive slope?
Rise over run. You gave us the numbers, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so which one would you be doing then? Would you be sloping the horizontal baseline for that triangle in order for you to get that below? How would you imagine that geometrically you could get that building below?
That's what I'm asking you guys.
What?
I'm just telling you what
I'd just say you're
observed.
looking at it. So you're not measuring anything, you're just looking at it.
Looks to me like maybe.
Yeah, that's exactly what you say. It looks to me like something. But once you've just tried to explain it geometrically, it doesn't come out anything like that, does it? So are you sloping that horizontal line, mentally at least?
No. I mean, I used the water tube level to establish a horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm.
How would I slope the tube?
How big was your water level?
It was like a 16.6 foot long tube, but so the end to end was about 10 feet. Yeah, it was some like 15 meters or 3 meters, I think. But the end to end was probably like 10 feet.
There's only 3 foot in a meter, you know.
Oh, maybe it was 4 meters. 5 meters. It was I think, I don't remember. I got it off of eBay.
Okay. So you've got a 10-foot water level distance.
Yeah.
And that 10 foot establishes a horizontal, right? Over 10 foot. It doesn't establish a horizontal over any distance other than that 10 foot, right? It's a water level.
Well, if all horizontals, if water is horizontal, and if all horizontals are parallel,
that water level establishes a horizontal locally for the water level that it is. So for whatever distance you have that water level, that's the distance that water level will establish a horizontal over.
And
not just at a
similar
point.
Very accurately as well.
So
more accurate than a
more
laser.
accurate than that. Yeah, more accurate than anything you could ever imagine. Because it's reality.
So if there was another guy with another water tube level just like that, but on the other side looking back at the same height.
Double dark shark.
No.
Yeah.
Why do you keep skirting around that? Would they be at different? Would those two horizontals be at different Would they be parallel or not parallel?
Horizontals are
100%
always
parallel.
parallel. Always.
So they would be on the same plane if they were at the same height,
No,
right?
I don't know. Like if you get one water level
How you
to
gonna
span
test it?
across from one to the other, then yeah, definitely be on the same plane. I think
Well,
you
let-
should come round, Jesse, at some point, and I'll take you through our the basic concepts and our water level test. We've got a few
I'm
of them.
So, help me understand a plane. How far does a plane extend?
However far you want to extend it.
Geometrically, indefinitely.
How long's your water level?
So a plane is only as big as your water level is?
Yeah, the plane that your water level establishes only establishes a plane over the distance that it is.
Not 1 inch past? Why not 1 inch past?
Why not just move it out an inch over?
So,
What,
are you
are you
saying
shaving
there's just
off an
no...
inch just to... Surely you've got an inch spare.
Well, because a plane is a theoretical construct that extends in all directions to infinity. So,
Yeah, the plane
I'm just
does,
not...
yep.
Yeah, so...
Geometrically, yep.
Right, so let's say we had a way to establish a...
We do. We have tools called levels.
Okay, so let's say, you know those little spinning laser level things that contractors use?
The little ones, the big ones as well.
Okay, let's imagine...
Not as accurate as the water level.
Yeah, I know. But let's imagine we had a perfect one, and it made out this
Perfect
big,
one.
red laser plane, just in all directions as far as we cared, 20 miles in all directions.
No, you don't get a contractor's spinning laser level that goes 20 miles. I mean,
No, I'm not saying they do. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to help.
Let's say we've got a water level that
It
spans
can
20
actually span
miles.
20 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, but that's circular reasoning.
What?
What do you mean
Reasoning. We're trying
circular?
to-
It's
we can't
horizontal.
use-
It's a horizontal line.
We can't use the water level to determine if the water level is parallel to another water level, because
What?
that's
I'd
circular
say
reasoning.
that's the best thing to check.
Yeah, but how would we know if plumb was if all plums were parallel across 20 miles apart?
Perpendicularly. All you need to do is be able to establish a horizontal.
But the problem is, when we use water to establish a horizontal in one place, it naturally seeks to perpendicular to plumb. If we do that same thing 20 miles away, that water level will again be perpendicular to plumb, but that doesn't tell us if those two water levels are parallel with each other, nor if the two plums are parallel with each other, right?
Well, we've got a test. It's dead easy to do this. Really easy to do. Where do you think a plumb line is perpendicular to the horizontal or the level established by the water level?
I would say the plumb line is perpendicular to the water level at the level where, or at this point where that water is level.
Well, the water level would be anywhere, right? So you're saying at both ends where the water level is, that's where it would be perpendicular, right?
If you have a water surface and a plumb line, and they're at the same location, they will be perpendicular. The plumb line will be perpendicular to the water surface.
Right,
if you
to
have
the
another
water surface at
20
each
miles
end of
away-
the tube.
No, if you take a 20-mile long water tube level and establish a 20-mile long horizontal, and you put a plumb level at one end, it will not be exactly perpendicular to the line or to the plane established by that water tube level.
It won't be perpendicular at each end.
Correct.
Hmm.
And that's why my line of sight to the same height across the 20-mile bay has me looking down slightly to something that should be at eye level, or even looking down to something that should be above eye level.
Okay, so you do have a slope at one end of the water level.
Reality has a slope at one end of the water
It doesn't.
level.
Reality has a horizontal plane of 0 slope.
Don't you understand that all your math in the world doesn't help? Because I literally, myself,
Your
my person,
mathematics denier.
Jesse, I went out, I stood on that hill, I sighted across the water tube level. I'm the one that filled it with vodka, and I saw what you're seeing in this picture. So whatever math you have that says this is wrong, your math is wrong because this is reality.
Slope in water level.
Does that make sense?
No, not at all.
Well, I know your math model.
Sloping water levels do not exist.
You know our math model.
Yeah, I know your math model says that this shouldn't exist, but this is reality and it exists. So you need to adjust your math model, methinketh.
Imaginometry. Yeah, we've already helping you. Axiom 1. Pretty evident. It's been a good day today. Would you want to come round and I'll run you through the 12 basic steps, and then I can show you the principles behind a real water level test.
I don't know what's not real about this one. You haven't convinced me that there's anything wrong with this one.
Dark shark, yours. So
No,
that was literally, it was a joke.
Yeah, but mathematically, why doesn't it work? If both ends of the water level...
You're not using the water level correctly.
Well, who's to say that? Math? Does math say that?
Me. It's not a sighting tool to be used over 20 miles. You don't use a 10-foot water level to sight 20 miles.
Why
to
not?
Establish, because you don't.
I did.
I know you did. It's fucking ridiculous, but...
Yeah, but why? Mathematically, why? If both ends of the water are the same height, and I'm sighting across it, I should be sighting out right along a horizontal plane, correct?
Did you measure an angle? Because you're talking mathematically. What's the mathematical part of it? You've got a 10-foot long horizontal line, right? Where's the rest of the mathematical part to it?
You mean like if I had actually quantified it instead of just qualitated it?
No, you've got a water level, right? That establishes a horizontal line or plane for that 10 foot. So you could say you've got 2 points, and you could definitely call them horizontal. So you've got a 10-foot horizontal line.
Okay.
What else have you got for your mathematical thing that you're building now?
Well, that line is directly along a plane, right? A horizontal plane, right?
10-foot horizontal plane, yeah.
Why do you keep putting a limit on a plane? There's no...
But you've got a water level of 10 foot. That's what you've got. Now, mathematically, what else? Where are we going?
I'm afraid you got lost in your math. You're totally skirting around the fact that I have to look down to see something above me.
What do you mean down? You've got 10 foot water level.
So, but can't you see in the picture that the
I can't
top
see
of the building...
picture, no.
Did you see it earlier?
No. I just saw the picture that Rob posted. That's it.
Was that the one that he reposted from me?
Yeah, but
I'm
listen,
guessing.
listen to yourself. No, no, listen to what I say here. I had to look down at something above me.
Would you rather I
What the
say I
fuck
had to
is
look
wrong
down at
with you?
something taller than me?
No, listen to what you're saying.
Well, I mean, you're playing the semantics game. I could say that I had to look down at something that was
I'm
taller
not
than
playing a
me.
game. I'm not playing a game, bro. I'm saying you're saying you had to look down at something above you. Retarded.
Sure, it wasn't in the exact most technical terms, but you understand the paradox here, right?
Your
I should have.
paradox, mate, you've got a 10-foot line that's horizontal. That's all you've got in this mind game that you're playing. Like, where's the paradox?
It's
Well,
in his model.
no, this is reality. The reality is, if you go stand on that bluff, look at that building, you have to look slightly down at the top of it. If you go over to the top of that building and look back, you're still looking down. How can two people both be looking down at each other? That is a paradox
That's the
unless the
double
plumb is not
drop,
Unless
parallel.
what?
dude. That is the double drop. We pointed out that paradox because the paradox is there cannot be a drop. And the moment you work out there cannot be a drop, you have to put a hump in the middle. There's your
Is there a hump in the middle?
paradox.
Is
You
there a hump in
can't.
the middle?
There's no hump, it's horizontal, isn't it? The water level
Straight line.
establishes a horizontal. You have the paradox, not
So
us.
what path does the light take then to start from the top of the building, travel through the letter B, and then up to the observer's eye?
Are you looking at a picture again?
Yeah,
I
it's the
can't
same
see
one
it.
Rob posted for me for you.
Yeah, a full picture would have been better, you know?
You want the video that I took the frame shot from?
Is it not your
How
video?
about you just try and get, yeah, why
No,
don't
it's
you
my
just try
video.
and get better information?
What do you mean get better information? I went there and took the video myself.
So it is your Dark Shark then. How old is it, this video?
I did this a couple of years ago, actually.
A couple of years ago.
And you're still
Where
not
did you
clear on what horizontal means.
hear of sighting water levels over 20-mile distances? Who gave you that?
I don't know. It's what just made sense to do.
Oh,
Everyone was
you
saying,
made it up, did you?
no, everyone was doing it.
Everyone was doing it. Slice Bar Kane. Did he start it? I hope he didn't. It wasn't Sly, was it?
I don't know who came up with it first.
The
I mean-
water level.
Yeah, I don't know. They've been using water levels for a long time.
Mm. Yeah. I know. It's the paradox giver, isn't it? Everyone knows in reality a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. It's just that on your model, there is no horizontal planes. Did you hear Hex earlier?
Well, what's my model?
Well, I don't know. I'm saying there is a globe model that doesn't have any horizontal planes. They just don't exist on it. But in reality, like you've just said, the water level does establish a horizontal plane of reference. So in reality, we're fine.
Well, but I mean, a plane is a theoretical construct anyway, right? Why does and we're talking about establishing a horizontal reference or a horizontal plane that's not even on the surface of the Earth. So why would the shape of the Earth
The shape doesn't come into it. That's you've just brought that in.
No, you're
You're
the one
talking about an even altitude. There's nothing to do with the
Yeah, you're the one.
Earth. It's just a horizontal plane established at
You
an even altitude.
you brought the globe up, but anyway, I posted the video that I took that frame shot from, so you can see the whole video if you like.
Water tube level. It's a really weird name, that. So it sounds like you're confused, and your paralogism sort of making you pass that on as though it's our problem.
Well,
I don't have a problem with a horizontal plane being
I get
established
it
by
that
a
you
level.
have no I get it that you have no explanation as to why one guy looks down at his friend across the way, and then his friend has to look down at him also, when one of them should be looking
Okay.
up.
What?
So,
Okay, what would your explanation be? That's what I want to hear.
well, the two obvious things would be if light was curving, or if plumb was not parallel across 20 miles. That's the two things that I can see causing this effect.
So there's
Okay,
an
and why
optical
wouldn't
drop.
they be parallel? No, hang on, Ben. Why wouldn't those verticals be parallel? Why wouldn't they?
I'm just
Because your
trying to figure.
horizontal is curved?
It's not.
No, you're not
It's
trying
not
to
really. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow for you to say anything about verticals, does it?
Huh?
Because you said it's either light curving, i.e., optical drop in the distance, or something else, right?
Oh, plumb being non-parallel. And I didn't say it
What's
was.
that got to do with something
And I didn't say it was
disappearing in
one.
the distance?
I didn't say it was one or the other. I said those were two things that came to mind that could cause the effect that I'm seeing.
Yeah.
But if you've got a third, I'll listen to it.
I would say that since you have a level, then it's impossible for it to drop, because that would be an elevation change. Therefore, it would be flowing water. And water doesn't do that. So you could really count that out, I'd say, logically.
Well, did you see the spinning fish tank video? Because if you had little plumb lines in above the water surface spinning with the water, they would still be perpendicular to the water under them, but they would not be parallel to each other. The plumb lines would not be.
Water spinning. Give your head a shake.
Spinning plumb bobs, like a pendulum type thing.
Did you see the fish tank video with the spinning fish tank with the little fishes in it?
I have seen it, yeah.
Yes, I have. What does it prove? That you can spin water and the fish can swim around?
Well, no, it demonstrates that plumb lines could be non-parallel.
I like this. You know the curvature that you gain from that spinning? Yeah? It goes like a concave, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a parabola.
Right. Now, which way would you choose to spin that water to get it to curve the other way?
yeah, no.
Go on. Particular revs, or...
That's not the way it works.
What, water doesn't curve the other way? Yeah,
What a
I know.
stupid test to bring up to support your side. The water literally is concaving in that, showing that it's absolutely impossible for a spinning Earth to be humping up water.
I wasn't saying that a spinning Earth would make humping up water. I was just saying that
Okay.
there are conditions when
So
plumb is not
what conditions would it be under static if you stopped spinning it? The water, what would that do under static? Water static,
Be horizontal.
hydrostatic. What would the water level do in that tank?
Hold on, I'm being paged.
They might be listening in.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm just responding to Pagey in the text.
Mm-hmm.
Are we still alive?
Yeah, I know. Long one again, isn't it?
Fuck yeah. Yeah, it was a good one.
Model affliction. So go on. What shape would the water form if it wasn't spinning?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. I'm telling you, I went to the bluff. I set up the water tube level. I took the picture. I made the video.
Do you think you could get a slope on that water level if it was static?
I observed.
Do you think you could get a hump?
I
mean, we know if you spin it, you can get a concave surface, right? That's definitely, you can get a curvature, spin the shit out of that water, right? If you stopped it spinning, what would you do? Is that what you're proving, right? That if there's any motion to the water, then it doesn't form a horizontal and it forms a concave surface. Any motion at all stops it from being horizontal and puts a concavity to it. That's a good proof, that. I like that water level one, the spinning water level.
Never thought about that. Yes, I guess it's true.
If there's any motion at all, it stops the water level from being horizontal.
But it doesn't keep it from being perpendicular to plumb.
Always perpendicular to plumb. The water level, hydrostatic, not spinning. Because if it's got a curvature to it, it can't be perpendicular, can it? Because you need straight lines for perpendicularity. Spinning water thing was one of the great ones. Whatever did that with his water level. When Slice Bar Kane was taking his little one up the mountain hill to do a dark shark sighting thing with it. Whatever. Span his one to prove that it's not horizontal when there's motion.
Yeah, is there any way to make moving water convex, though? I mean, it's always concave? Yeah, actually. I think.
Yeah, there's no way you can spin it. You can't spin it the other way. Can you, Jesse? Water doesn't go the other way ever.
Yeah, even, I guess, a wave is convex, right?
You can't get... There's no hump, right? There's no way. It's not possible, right? It's not physically possible to get the water to hump, even if you get Blue to unclamp it for you.
Well, I mean, there may not be any way to make it hump doing with certain techniques, but that doesn't mean that there aren't other conditions that could. I mean, you're positing the non-existence of an absolute there, I think.
Well, Blue Marble Science did put a 90-foot hump in the middle of Lake Pontchartrain, right? It's impossible. Like, we know that now. I mean, everybody knew it all along, really, anyway.
Somewhere deep in their minds, yeah. But what do you say? Not you, Bev. How can we make a hump? Not a convex.
Impossible.
Dude, I'm just saying, I went to the bluff, I made this observation. How does it work? I'm looking for you guys for answers as to how this works, and you haven't any. Except
because we deal with the geometry and the reality, the actual measurement. We don't deal with perspective. Go and take an art class. Go to your local, high school, university, whatever. Take an art class and learn about perspective. We don't do that here.
Oh, you don't do that here. Well, but see, if you were to apply perspective to this, see, perspective says that the angular apparent height of something is the distance, or the height divided by the distance into arctan, and that gives you the angular height of the object, right?
Planar measurements. You're using straight lines. You're doing exactly what Alberuni did when he measured the mountain before he went up it to then measure the dip.
He's not doing that.
Hey?
He's not doing that.
No, you know what I mean. That's the story. But he first measures the mountain with a straight line and, planar, perfect geometry, no fucking triangles with more than 180 degrees. But they all want to ignore that.
See that book there you said that we don't do that. Well, I do. It's pretty important, right? Perspective and projective geometry. Yeah.
He wants to argue about what light's doing. He doesn't really want to talk about perspective, how it applies like that. He wants to talk about bendy light.
Yeah, he wants to talk about bendy light and pretend it's projective geometry, perspective and projective geometry, right?
Exactly.
Right,
sorry,
but that perspective and projective geometry is Euclidean through and through, straight lines. You study it, you'll find out. It is literally what you see projected onto a plane.
So if I were to have a guy on top of that building pointing a little laser pointer at the camera, what would the path of that laser
So,
be?
Jesse, she was like 10 steps ahead of you then? Is that what you're saying? With the laser and the light and the bendy light?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Jesse, have a look in the chat now. I've just stuck a scale model, picture of a scale model. Do you know where that is? Can you tell me what city that is?
No, I cannot.
Really? I mean, I live out
city.
in the middle of nowhere in Australia, and even I know what that looks like. What city has that great big park in the middle?
Oh, that's Central Park.
Bingo! See, you're not so silly after all. Now, how do you think I can know what that city is? 1 to 1200 scale model, just by glancing at it and going, oh yeah, Central Park. Oh wow, that must be New York. If it's not perfect scale model, there's no curve here. It's a level, flat board they've built this on. Now imagine you're a tiny itty bitty little man way down on one of those streets there, right at the bottom of one of those skyscrapers, looking towards, like from the very bottom of the picture, looking out over Central Park all the way to the horizon. How far do you really think you'll see? Probably not more than a block, hey, with all those buildings and shit in the way.
Okay.
So you want to take how we see, you don't want to look at the actual geometry of what is built there. You want to put yourself down into it and look around and say that that's the geometry of it. But they're completely different. Can you see? You can see everything from up here. You can map it all out, know exactly what's going on. But when you're down on the ground, things change. Things look different depending on whether you're on a mountain, whether you're on the ground, whether you're near the ocean, whether it's foggy, whether it's hot and dry, whether, like far out. You've got to go with the geometry. You've got to stick with what we know is true. Absolutely 100%. Doesn't matter, you can be blind. Geometry still works.
It didn't work for Bev.
What didn't work
In
for
what?
me?
Yeah, what didn't work?
Well, he calculated that the top of the building should appear above me at a positive slope using his math, and in reality, it appears below me at a negative slope.
Okay, well, did he use, if he's using math and doing it with his height and the height of the building and an orthographic view where the line drawn, nothing gets smaller with distance, it's just the building's that high, you're that high, so yes, then the building should be taller than you? Or are you going, is the math factoring in, all the variables, how small it gets with distance, all that kind of stuff?
I just had the shortest distance over land being the horizontal, and then we worked the rise as a vertical height.
Yeah, so
not much
perspective
math
taken into
involved
account.
in it, just a basic triangle.
Yeah.
And yet it doesn't describe the observable reality.
Of course.
So
Of
you
course.
want to slope horizontals as a result. Well,
That's your problem, observable. Shut your eyes. You can't see anything. You can still measure. You can still use geometry. Stop thinking about what it looks like.
Can I use a camera in my measurement?
does it measure anything?
The angle that the light arrives at?
Your camera measures angles.
Yeah, a camera is just a
You don't
proxy.
listen to yourself before you speak, do you?
No, I listen as I speak.
Does your camera measure angles?
Yes.
Nice. What sort
How?
of camera is it?
It measures. Really? I want one of them.
They all do. They measure, they record the angular path that the light reaches the lens.
They record, do they? They don't measure it, they record it. Something that's already measured.
No, they record measurements. They record
So they don't make measurements.
If you take a picture of, say, a car's headlights, and they're so many pixels apart, it's measuring it, say, 17 pixels apart.
Oh,
Pixel counting.
It's a form of measurement.
It's not.
Oh, nothing's a form of measurement unless it meets your little view, doesn't it?
Geometry. No, it's not whether it sticks to our view. We're trying to get you guys to just look at it properly, and you just refuse to. You want to look at things in all these bizarre ways to try and skew it.
It has to match the model.
Who came up with pixel counting, Jesse? Where did you learn that from? And where do you get your pixels in your camera?
I get them on eBay cheap, the pixels, and I just add them whenever. Sorry,
So
for that.
Have you got? Do you do digital to blow them up to count the individual pixels, or do you get the actual picture? Where do you personally count the pixels? What's your preferred method?
I usually use the GNU image manipulation program, the free one. It's like Photoshop, but it's free.
For pixel measuring.
So, Paige, help me understand this.
Jesse, where do you get your pixel counting from?
I think he's embarrassed by his pixel counting now, Bev.
No, I'm not embarrassed. It's just like, if you guys don't understand the basic how a camera works, I don't know how I can help you with that.
What's the camera working got to do with pixel counting?
Because the distance between features in a photo in pixels on the sensor is directly related to the angular spacing between those two objects as from the light that enters the lens.
So what you're going to do is you're going to measure pixels. Let's say you get 27, right? That's a distance on the picture. Imagine you're sticking a ruler on there, right? Right, so that's the opposite side to the angle, right?
Hold on a second. I need to get J-Ro a link.
How does he even know what size to make the pixel to correlate it to the size of the thing in reality?
It's just got
like if you just go out and take a picture of a tree and you haven't measured that tree, you haven't.
Yeah, you could measure it as 20 pixels, couldn't you?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay, it's 20 pixels high. Okay, well, how does that tell me anything about how high it is?
That's where we're trying to get to now. The geometry involved in it. It's just a length on the other side of a triangle, right? He's not even got an angle or anything. It's got one line again. Right, Jesse? Like before, when you had your water level one, we had a 10-foot straight line that's okay, it's on a horizontal plane. Now you've got, let's say, 20 pixels on a horizontal picture or vertical, right?
I'm back. Where were we?
The pixels. We've got a picture that has pixels on it. So let's say we've got 20 pixels. It's, I assume, a vertical plane.
What's a vertical plane?
The picture.
It's perpendicular to the focal axis of the lens.
Okay. So you've got 20 pixels on that picture. Explain the rest of the procedure.
Well, if you know the spacing of the pixels and the focal length of the lens, also commonly called the effective focal length for multi-element lenses, then you can calculate the angle of the light that reached the lens to create those features in the picture.
You can have the angle, right? So you've got like this opposite side to the angle, and you're going to be able to calculate what that angle is from like 20 pixels or something.
Well, if the difference is only 20 pixels, your margin of error would be a little bit large for 20 pixels, but
well, I've only got a P1000. We've got a really small sensor, right?
Yeah.
So 20 pixels could be fucking huge, couldn't they?
That's not that big at full zoom.
So what's the process?
Which process for what?
For you to be able to use that line, however many pixels it might be, it's still considered the opposite side to the angle that you're trying to get. Right?
I don't understand what you're trying to ask.
Well, you're trying to calculate the angle.
of? What am I trying to calculate the angle of?
Well, I don't know. That's what you said. The angle of the pixels that you've just counted. Right?
Oh, you want the formula?
No. Well, go on then. Give us the formula.
Well, the distance, or the pixel spacing divided by the focal length into arctan gives you the angle. Well, you have to multiply the pixels times their size. So the number of pixels times the size of pixels divided by the focal length gives you the angle. Into arctan gives you the angle.
And then once you've got that angle, right, you're now in the possession of an angle.
Correct.
And geometrically, do you know what you can do with that angle?
What's that?
Fuck all. You can do fuck all with an angle.
Wait, Bev. Maybe he's found something we can do with it.
Well, go on. He's calculated it. So now you're in possession of an angle. What do you do with the angle? Impressive it was.
Yeah, we're way off in the weeds. I don't even know what this has to do with two guys having to both look down at each other from 20 miles away. That's the real clincher there.
It's not a clincher. That's crazy.
No, you just don't know how your eyeball works.
Double drop.
Well, but I mean, I know that somehow that red water level is obscuring the view of the top of that building, even though it's technically not supposed to be in between the observer and the building. So how does an object block light that doesn't even pass through where that object is? That's why I ask, what if there was a guy on the top of the building with a laser? What path would that little laser beam take to the observer's camera there? How would that laser beam get blocked by something that was below the line of sight, that wasn't even in between the observer and the light source?
Have you done any laser tests? We did laser waving.
I've not done any long distance laser tests.
We did.
Tell me about when you did.
We went from Southport to Blackpool.
Blackpool. Oh, I heard about that, Bev.
Well, you heard about our laser waving?
No, just the Blackpool Tower. I heard people saying thanks, Bev.
What, because Ranty's misunderstanding?
Well,
or did you see the water and the oil rig that we got for Ranty? When
I
we were
don't
out
know.
there. I think you call them black swans.
Black what?
Black swans.
What's the black swan?
Pictures of oil rigs.
No. A black swan is like this thing of arguing and debating and debunking or something. It doesn't have anything to do with oil rigs.
Yeah, I know, a black swan. And I was just thinking that, yeah, I'm pretty sure you gave us the black swan and you were talking about a picture. Or but have you remembered now?
I thought a black swan was a bird.
Yeah. It's an argument for falsification, isn't it? Like if you can show that something that you said shouldn't happen does happen. Like when somebody says that the water level rises in the distance. Some people said to eye level. Some people say above eye level. Some people say about concavity of spinning water.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's been a pleasure. I think we've gone full circle a couple times. It looks like there's no answer at this time to how it's possible for me to have to look down to see something above me. So, and I got a
What'd
few
you
other
see?
things.
Look
All right.
down to
Oh,
see
So
something
never
above
mind.
you.
before, I just wanted to say something before he leaves.
Okay.
So you still think it's a globe?
Well, I'm looking for answers. I go out and
No,
do
no,
tests.
you don't want to answer. Okay, thanks. I appreciate your answer. Thought that's what you'd say.
Thanks for popping
What
in,
was it?
Jesse.
What was it that you saw, Jesse? You saw the horizon or something downward, like down?
No, I saw the top of a 187-foot tall building below eye level. And it and I were both standing on the same 50-foot high level of ground with 20 miles of water between us.
Yeah. Okay. Just curious.
You literally define what perspective is. Things get smaller and drop in the distance. What's your problem?
Oh, you said camera. That doesn't look like a camera, Jesse.
It's a theodolite in this picture. But yeah, I mean the
Is that the
horizon.
theodolite you do fixer upper? Jesse.
What?
Is that your theodolite, your fixer upper one?
Yes.
The one that you haven't had calibrated?
Yes, sir. Well, in full honesty, or in full disclosure, they're designed to be self-calibrating as you use them. Does that make sense to you?
To horizontal?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely not. It doesn't make any sense at all.
That was the whole genius of them.
How do they self-calibrate to horizontal as you use them? How does that work?
Could you give me 5 minutes to explain it? Because it's interesting. It'll help you with things. Well, I'll take that as a maybe. So, they have a glass disc in there that has like thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of little metal marks on them, and little photo optic sensors count those as they go by when you rotate the horizontal or the vertical axis up and down, or the horizontal axis to the right and left. The vertical axis, the up and down, has another little mark with another photosensor, which is the zero, the level indicator that tells it when you cross level. So it knows where level is, and once you cross that, because when you first turn them on, it'll say move vertical, and you move the vertical, and it's like, okay, because it detected that pulse, so now it knows where vertical is, where the vertical, straight, true eye level straight out is. But here's the problem. That little mark might not be exactly in the right spot. It might be, a thousandth of a degree up, or a thousandth of a degree low, or something.
You answered your own question, man.
Well, just let me finish, man.
Wow.
So because this is what the engineers started doing, figured out on these 100 years ago or whatever, and that's why it was so revolutionary for surveying. And so they said, well, the problem is you might get a
total station
0.001 error in
years
one
ago.
direction, and so what they do is the whole thing, the telescope part flips around, it spins around 360 degrees, so you can turn it around, point it the other way, you swivel the whole thing around. Now you're using the telescope upside down, but it's just optics, it doesn't care. So now your last reading might have been 0.001 degrees too high. Well, now you read it again, and now it's upside down, so whatever the error was, it's exactly mirrored. So now it's going to be that same 0.001 degrees the other way.
Are you measuring elevation angles?
And so then you average those two readings, and that completely removes the error in the instrument.
So if you're in Canada and I with your tool, and I'm in Australia, whose is actually upside down?
Australia has definitely got to be the one that's upside down, definitely.
All right.
So are you measuring elevation angles here?
Yes.
Right, do you think that's standard practice?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, who's told you that?
I've got a few friends who are surveyors, and I've read a bit about the great survey triangulation. And
triangulation is as in not elevation triangles, right?
It all works into the math.
No, it doesn't. The triangulation works on the azimuthal plane, right? Which you've said your tool self-calibrates for. Now,
no, I said mine self-calibrates in the vertical, but it does self-calibrate in the horizontal too.
In the vertical.
Both axes are self-calibrating because you rotate the whole thing around backwards, and you rotate the other axis around backwards too. So both are self-correcting.
No, just turning it around does not calibrate it. You should really have a word with your surveyor friends, because they'd tell you not to say stupid shit like that.
Well, so the instrument is a Nikon DTM-420. You can go get the manual. If you think I'm doing something wrong, find it in the manual.
You bought it as a fixer-upper off the internet, and you've never taken it to a shop to get it calibrated. Because you think it calibrates itself. You think it measures elevation angles over distance, over water and stuff like that. You should really have a word with your friends. Or, when you say friends, you don't mean people on YouTube that like your videos that pretend to be surveyors too.
I've got one real life friend surveyor in the next town over.
Nice.
And then several that I know just online, but I've talked to him on the phone.
Okay. And what sort of a surveyor is he?
I have to cut out, and I don't want to leave, but sorry, I have to leave. Really wanted to stay this one out.
I'm going to be going again in a bit anyway. It's getting late here.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right. Yeah. See you later. Yeah, I'd suggest you have a really good word with your mate.
Well, you can
about
make
your procedures that you do.
You can make all the suggestions you like, but the fact is, even using a simple thing like a water tube level, I had to look down to see something above me or something taller than me.
It's not a sighting tool. The Dark Shark's a joke. You can't use water levels like that. It's ridiculous.
Whatever world you think in doesn't comport to reality, so I don't know where to go about that.
You're taking a water level up a mountain, a 10-foot water level to sight 20 feet, 20 miles away. Ridiculous. I don't even know why you'd be taking a level to the top of a mountain anyway. Even Ranty bottled out of it.
I didn't take a water level to the top of a mountain.
He took it to a little hill.
Yeah, it was a bluff. It just was right there by the seaside. Well, the straits.
Mm-hmm. There's only the model afflicted that would do something like that. Because you're doing it for a purpose, right? And that purpose isn't an actual use of a water level. Something that you can try and convince either yourself or other people. And I'm not too sure which is the worst.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can say that I'm using the tools incorrectly, but you've got no mathematical reason that that's true. You've got no scale models I can try that demonstrate that to be true. You've got zero evidence that I'm doing it wrong. You just say it, but anybody can say anything. I bring pictures and you give your opinion, and you should. It's your gig here, and I appreciate that. But don't be offended that I'm going to trust my observations more than your opinions when you have no actual experiments to support your opinions. No observations to support your opinions, right?
Who hasn't got what? I say, like, yeah, I hope you're going to come round, and then we'll be able to show you what we've done. Show you our water level test.
Well, I got to get over this this missing apparent height problem here first, and you don't even seem to want to deal with that. No one will tell me
Oh yeah,
how that's working or why that's working.
the numbers. Have you ever seen the Ruhif numbers, as we call them? Do you know Jesse Kozlowski, don't you?
Yeah.
Right. Well, Jesse Kozlowski says that the water level drops away from the horizontal, drops down from the horizontal, and
Well, that wasn't his exact words.
what?
No, that wasn't his exact words. I think you misinterpreted.
What was his exact words then?
I wasn't there for the conversation you had with him. I just know that's not what he said.
Okay, so if I get the words, would that suit you better?
Yeah, if you get a recording of him in context, full context, I don't want any cherry picking out of context half
I'll get
sentences.
you the actual word that he says. The water level drops down, drops away. Right now, what we did was it was Sly Sparkane. Have you heard of him?
Yeah.
Has a bending water level test. And so that's every 1,600 meters, right? It's every 100 meters for 1,600 altogether. Right?
Oh, say that again?
100 meter water levels. Yeah?
Okay.
16 of those end to end. You have heard of it, right?
No.
You've never heard of this?
Nope.
Okie dokie. There's the 25-second one. I've got quite a few of these. So there's Jesse in the 8-inch drop. That's what Jesse says. So 1,600 meters is about a mile. And each one of these 100 meters has its own individual drop number associated to it. So over 100 meters has that drop, and then quadratic function increasing to end up at that 200.9 millimeters over the 1,600. And they're the numbers for the drop local. .78 millimeters over the first, and then 3.1 over 200 meters, 300 meters, 7.1 millimeters, and increasing, right? Until eventually you're at the 8 inches that you require for your model. So they're the numbers. Did you work out any of your numbers? It is drop from horizontal, isn't it, that you're looking for?
Oh, I'm asking for what your guys' explanation is, and you haven't got any.
There is no explanation. It's horizontal. You guys have a massive paralogism, right? And that's your problem. If you want the reason or the explanation of why you think that, it's because you've got a paralogism. You imagine the water drops away in the distance because of your model. It doesn't. It's horizontal. You know that.
It wasn't my imagination that caused that red water to obscure the view of the building, even though that red water was not between my eye and the building. The red water really did obscure
it wasn't
the light
in between your eyes and the building.
It was below the line of sight.
What
because
the water
building
was.
Yes, the red water was below the line of sight between the camera and the top of the building. In fact, I even, at one point in the video,
So it didn't
raised the camera.
obstruct it then,
It did. That's
even
the
though it
problem.
wasn't below it. It wasn't in the way.
Unless light or plumb is curved.
Plumb's curved.
Well, in other words, and non-parallel.
A curved. Well, it couldn't be parallel if it was curved, could it?
Right.
So, is that what you're doing? Curving plums?
That or light. It's got to be the one or the other as far as I can think of. If you've got another idea, I'm listening. But so far, no one's coming up with any ideas except.
Well, I would
man.
hesitate that thinking that a plumb line curved. That'd be fucking ridiculous. So, should we go for curving light? That sounds much more. If it's either one or the other, I definitely wouldn't go with curving plums. So it's something to do with the light or the optics or whatever, but we're not measuring that. So, I mean, that would be able to just put that to one side, right? Just optics.
Is that your answer? Is light must be bending?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I haven't even looked at the video. But, I mean, if you're giving me an option for plums curving or something else, well, it's going to have to be the something else because plums don't fucking curve.
Okay. Well, did you get the link so you can watch the video later?
Yeah, I'll have a look at your video. Yeah.
Okay.
I can't do it live.
No, that's okay. Yeah, check anytime. I'll be around like a pest. I'll be around.
Yeah, he was, Eric.
And we can, after you've seen it and thought about it, maybe then you'll have an answer for me. Or whatever.
Okay. Well, anytime you want to come and go over the basic principles, first principles of this, taking you up to the water level test, like a proper water level test that actually means something, not one of these ridiculous ones.
Well, maybe next time you can explain to me what's ridiculous about it, other than your opinion. Maybe
Dark
you
shark.
could.
It's
What
a
is
dark
dark
shark.
shark?
It's a water level is not a sighting tool. I'll show you next time you come. I'll show you how a water level is meant to be used. And a practical test to prove straight lines. Have a look at Euclid for a bit and look at book 11.
Alrighty. Well, I do need to start packing out here, so thank you all so much. It was a pleasure.
Cool. Thanks for popping in.
Certainly.
It's been a good night tonight.
So did I top them all for lunatics?
Well, it was a hard task to follow Hex. He is the most severely model-flicted, but I don't know, you took a pretty good second there. It was only 2. It was a close second, and it did take a fair bit to follow Hex. Have you ever met Hex before?
I don't believe so. But the way I forget names, maybe I did and I forgot. Except I think I would have remembered that one.
Yeah. I think so. Plumb up, nice. Nice geometry set. Right, I'm going to have to start shutting this off. Anybody got any final words for tonight? Other than, what a fucking night. Crazy. Right. It could only be one. Start off with True Level Bitch Live. Finish off with True Level Bitch before I get rid of it. It's going to get a rewrite, this one. So, thank you very much for joining us. It's coming in a late one tonight. And we're going to join us tomorrow with... it should be logic, so we'll make it as logic as possible about how people make models. FE Dogma tomorrow. We're going over him. He's done a video. Thank you very much for watching. Join us tomorrow. We'll be around. Buster's singing us out.
Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square, question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on, that's a globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small, straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's pretty flat and level now.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well? You seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Burn right to the ground in pieces. From the ashes come.
Wow, it's so. Oh my God! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Randy, come on, that's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so.
Oh my god! Oh Christ!
Yeah. True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah. True level, bitch.
person to think.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No. Okay, I'm going to bed. All right.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. Level's horizontal. All
Sweet.
right,
True level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came
Nice.
in just for that. You flipped it, man.
Yeah. True level.